live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Commissioner's Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia, Montserrat Villasana, and Tamara Marquez. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance group for today?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So today we have a treat. We don't have students who are live, but we do have a video that was created by the 5th grade student council and military ambassadors for William David Surratt Elementary at Clint Independent School District. So this is a video that the students wanted to do for us. So I'm very excited to be able to see it.
Okay, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. We are Student Council from William David Surratt Elementary in Clint, Texas.
Buenos días. Somos el Consejo Estudiantil de la Escuela Primaria William David Surratt de Clint, Texas.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag.
Por favor, pónganse de pie para realizar el juramento a la bandera y el juramento a la bandera de Texas.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence.
Por favor, permanezca de pie por un momento de silencio. From the Cubs at W.D. Surratt Elementary, we would like to say,
Thank you!
We have some amazing students out there. That was great.
Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate that. Great way to start the day.
And now we will receive an invocation from Wally Halley, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Good morning.
In a civic prayer for good governance, we gather in hope and shared purpose, calling for wisdom and integrity in those who lead. May our leaders govern with fairness and foresight, guided by the needs of all people, not just the privileged few. Grant them the strength to serve with humility, the courage to make just decisions, and the clarity to act in the best interest of the future. May our institutions remain strong and accountable, upholding justice, equity, and the dignity of every person. Let truth and transparency guide our public life, and may cooperation rise above division. Together, as citizens, may we stay engaged, holding ourselves and our leaders to the highest standards as we build a society rooted in respect, responsibility, and shared progress. Let this be our shared commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judge, do you have any opening comments you'd like to make?
Please, thank you. Well, welcome all of you to our Commissioner's Court. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, today we have Commissioner Coronado and Commissioner Butler will not be here with us today, but you have two excellent other commissioners here. So we thank you, as always, that you do get to hear and understand the great individuals, the organizations we're going to be recognizing today. I think you'll be very appreciative as a community to have, this type of, like I said, associations and individuals. So thank you for being here. We appreciate your time. Wishing all of you just a great Monday and just a very blessed week. Thank you very much. Jessica?
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AU. We do have corrections to read in for 3 items. For item 4G, a correction per the county attorney's office, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the required environmental forms under the Colonia Self-Help Center grant program with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, TDHCA, for the purpose of clearing expenses incurred under the public services category. Opinion number 8026. Item 4K.
And actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to want to pull that item, just.
Pull item
FYI.
4G?
Yes.
Okay, for Commissioner Olguin. Thank you. And item 4K, we have a correction from the District Attorney's Office. Approve and authorize the addition of a temporary administrative specialist position to the District Attorney's Office Domestic Violence Unit, which is funded by the OOG, Office of the Governor, FY 2025, CI Burn State Crisis Intervention Program Grant Award, and will expire on September 30th, 2025. This represents no direct costs to El Paso County. Funds are available in SG, GD, ADVU 23 personnel expenses. And item 4AG, a correction from the County Attorney's Office, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the lease agreement with Spectrum Imaging Technologies for the leasing of 2 copiers for the jail annex from May 31st, 2025 through May 30th, 2030. Funding is available in General Fund SO Jail Annex Rent Leases. Contract number 2025-0440. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull? We just have item 4G by Commissioner
I'll move to
Olguin.
approve, please.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego. Do we have a second?
I'll second. The voting window isn't popping up.
Okay.
You've got a second from Commissioner
Okay,
Stout?
yes, we have a second from Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. We have Commissioner Butler absent and Commissioner Coronado absent as well. Motion carries. Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the critical importance of brain wellness for service members and veterans in the El Paso community.
Thank you. You want to go ahead and come up? I'll read the resolution, and then we'll have you speak on behalf of it. As you know, being the Veterans Capital of the USA, we've got a tremendous amount of responsibility to uphold that entitlement. So there's so many things that we have to do. I mean, obviously, we recognize just an incredible veterans that we have in our community, but we also want to make sure that we close the gaps, that we do, that we don't leave anything for luck. We want to make sure that our veterans are perceived properly, that they're taken care of, and so we're always very conscientious of that. So we thank you as a community. As we've always said, here in El Paso, every day is Veterans Day, and so this is give you an idea of some of the things that we do to continue to make that happen. Whereas thousands of veterans and service members across the United States suffer from the long-term effects of traumatic brain injuries, TBI, and chronic traumatic encephalopathy, that's a hard one, encephalopathy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And whereas these invisible wounds can significantly impact the quality of life of our military community, make it imperative to prioritize brain wellness as a critical component of overall health and readiness. And whereas El Paso County, proudly known as the Veterans Capital of the United States, is home to a large and diverse population of active duty service members, veterans and their families who have sacrificed greatly in service to our nation. Whereas the advancement of brain health research, education, and support initiatives is essential to honoring that sacrifice and ensuring that our community remains a national leader in care and advocacy for military population. Whereas El Paso County recognizes the importance of supporting efforts that foster collaboration between local stakeholders, healthcare institutions, veteran organizations, and federal agencies to advance research, raise awareness, and provide compassionate care related to brain wellness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby acknowledge the critical importance of brain wellness for service members and veterans and express their commitment to support the community-based national efforts that advance research, education, and care in this field. Let this resolution stand as a testament to El Paso County's continued leadership, advocacy, and unwavering support for the health and well-being of those who serve and have served. Signed the second day of June, 2025.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Judge Samaniego, commissioners, distinguished guests, service members, and veterans, and every proud resident of El Paso County. My name is Camille Camacho. I am a peer and family educator, but I'm also come from a proud military family. My grandfather served in the Korean War. My son is a U.S. Army veteran, and I was a military spouse for 21 years. These experiences have given me a deep understanding of military life's challenges and strength. It is a true honor to stand before you today in a community that exemplifies strength, resilience, and patriotism, qualities that shine most brightly in our veterans and service members. Today, we gather to recognize these brave individuals and take a meaningful step forward in supporting their long-term health and well-being. Our nation, countless veterans and service members silently carry the weight of invisible wounds, and their impact is very real. That is why this resolution matters. By adopting this statement, El Paso County, known with pride as the Veterans Capital of the United States, is sending a clear message and a united message. We see you, we support you, and we are committed to your continued wellness. We are saying that brain health is not a secondary issue. It is central to honoring the sacrifices made to serve our country. This resolution is not just words on a page. It is a pledge to advocate for brain wellness, a pledge to support research, education, and compassionate care, a pledge to ensure that the El Paso remains at the forefront of efforts to serve our military families with dignity, respect, and leadership they deserve. We also recognize and applaud the many individuals and organizations across our region, medical professionals, researchers, advocates, and community leaders, working tirelessly to build a future where every veteran and service members has access to the support they need. While we won't have enough time to name all of them today, we proudly walk alongside them and offer our gratitude and partnership in this vital mission. So, to every service member, veteran, and family who calls El Paso home, thank you. Thank you for your courage, resilience, and enduring commitment to this country. Please know that this community, your community, stands with you and will continue to lead with purpose, compassion, and action. Let this resolution be more than recognition. Let it be a call to action and a reminder that here in El Paso, we do more than honor our heroes. We care for them, we fight for them, and we build a future where their wellness it is a shared responsibility and a lasting priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Our Veteran of the Year.
Good
Debo.
morning, Judge, Commissioners, guests. I am Debo Wakefield. I'm the El Paso Veteran of the Year. Being a veteran, this particular organization, I began with them, have supported them, and the meaning that it has for me as a veteran. A lot of our veterans have been injured in different war times, but what you don't understand is we can get injured without being in war. We can be jumping around, playing, we can be running, and we can have a field issue, and we can fall down, and we can hurt our head. And in our head is where our brain is. And to be able to say years later when we can impact someone by being able to see the brain and see the injury or the damage that's done over the years, it's like Agent Orange. You don't know until 10, 20 years later. And so now that we have a company that's willing to find these brain issues and identify them and be able to treat other veterans prior to them passing away. So it's very meaningful, the work that they do. It's very tedious. It's not easy to extract a brain from a person that's deceased. The age limits are 18 to 61, so you have a serious population, and it's almost like organ donor. You have to ask the family with respect to be able to get that person's brain and see what that veteran went through and what the cause of damage is in that brain. So with all due respect, hats off to Sparks for all of their work here and in the other states that they have this program. Thank you. And thank you for letting me give my part. Thank you.
If you notice, anytime someone's here, Debo says, I'm working with them. So I haven't seen any organization that you don't have a touch point with. So, Debo, thank you very
I'm
much.
trying to find one, Judge. I'm really trying to find. They keep calling me to come do stuff. So.
Okay, you're making it hard to. And Camille, anybody else going to be speaking, or Javier? Yes, Tony. Javier, you want to?
Just quick, thank you, Judge, Commissioners, El Paso County. This is pretty important for us.
Javier, who?
I'm Javier Barrueta. Sorry.
Thank you.
I work for the SPARK program, and I'm really advocate on that. I really believe that this is so meaningful, not only for service members, but for the whole community. So thank you for supporting us, and thank you for being part of this. We really believe all service members deserve the best for the rest of their lives. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Javier. Tony, anything else you'd want to add?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Antoinette Hunt, Veteran County Service Officer. I just want to thank Spark for what they do. Their research is helping veterans so that maybe in the future we can treat and maybe cure some of these illnesses to the brain, and it's a pretty big deal. And also the Spark team, I know that we have 2 people, but they came with this whole team and immediately contacted me and came and spoke to the VAB and fully immersed themselves into this veteran community. So they really, really jumped in there with both feet, and I just want to thank them for what they do.
Thank you. Well, very, Camille and Javier, as soon as I met them, you could see the passion. You heard Camille talk about, how she feels and the importance of making it real and not just something that's on paper. And that's the impression I've got. Well, one of the biggest compliments that I think we receive from them is that they feel that this community allows itself where we could start here and then take it to other communities where perhaps it's more difficult. But because we are the veterans capital and we're very conscientious about the right things to do, it is a community that lends itself. So there's more and more organizations at a national level that want to start in El Paso because of the type of community that we have. The love and care we have for veterans makes it easier for them to then go somewhere else where there might be a little bit more resistance. The second, one time I also, when veterans, we started that, our recruitment was extremely low here in El Paso, and it's now one of the highest recruitment in the military, in the nation from El Paso. And I think it's because we started honoring veterans, and it made our young people feel good about going into the service. Whereas before, you know, you were hearing a lot of controversial things about joining and whether or not you're going to be appreciated when you got back. And I think we've proven that when veterans leave and come back, they're very welcome here. And we thank you, because it's an area that to me was new. It was an area I hadn't thought about as to the impact it might have, and then not being able to find out, you know, to help others. And this research is going to be extremely valuable. So thank you to all of you for doing this, and I hope the community sort of realizes that we are getting a lot of traction in being the Veterans Capital. Nobody has challenged it. I mean, this is our third year, and we're doing such great things like what you're hearing today from Sparks, and that makes it even better. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Desert Rescue 915 and Wild West 4x4 for their environmental stewardship and strategic partnership to preserve El Paso County's desert lands.
Rick and Carlos, you want to come up here? This particular resolution is very special because one of the things that we're beginning to see is that government is being more and more limited. As you've seen with the new administration, some of our funds are being cut back. And so there's sort of a call to action of making sure that, you know, I hate to steal from our President Kennedy, who said, it's not what your country can do for you, but it's what you can do for your country. So I'm changing that to county, okay? So it'll be my quote, okay, just in case. No, but really, this is a very important thing in today's world. I first got some information from Lupe Cabrera about the kind of work that they're doing, and it's not only what they do, it's what they do afterwards, along with, and you'll see that a lot of the commissioners you've worked with Commissioner Butler and some others. So the idea is to bring the community together and take care of themselves, you know, take care of our own community. That sort of happened in the pandemic. We decided that we were going to follow the science and stop looking at the politics, and everything that happened in our community came together. In the same way, during the Walmart tragedy, our community came together. We went from a very difficult time to having a beautiful healing garden that is now, you know, a place for healing, a place for meditation, and also a place for other communities, unfortunately, that go through this. They can see exactly how you can come out stronger instead of weaker. And so these two gentlemen, as you'll see, have taken it upon themselves and their organization to do some great things for the community, but obviously it's a call to action, beautify our community. And there's so many touch points because, People, companies have a difficult time coming to a city or a county that doesn't take care of itself, it's not beautified, that we don't care, that's not going to happen. So we have these great companies wanting to come to El Paso because of individuals like yourself. So I'll read this, and then we'll have both of you say some words. Whereas Desert Rescue 915, a dedicated and committed nonprofit organization rooted in El Paso County, has led the charge in restoring and protecting our unique desert lands through tireless volunteer action, environmental education, and public awareness. Whereas Desert Rescue 915, in collaboration with Wild West 4x4, a community-driven off-road organization, has successfully mobilized hundreds of volunteers and off-road enthusiasts to address the growing issue of illegal dumping and environmental neglect across our region. Whereas these organizations have gone beyond cleanup efforts by fostering a culture of environmental stewardship, pride, and public accountability, encouraging residents to take ownership of the natural spaces that define the character and beauty of the El Paso County. And whereas Desert Rescue 915 and Wild West 4x4 are spearheading a major desert cleanup event, collaborating with other local nonprofits, community members, and various El Paso County agencies to remove waste, restore native terrain, and promote environmental accountability. And whereas this large-scale event stands as a symbol of what is possible when civic-minded organizations and local government work in unison for the betterment of the land that we all share. Whereas Desert Rescue 915's efforts demonstrate the urgent need for formal support and long-term partnership with the County of El Paso to continue these impactful cleanup efforts and expand resources for year-round desert conservation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby formally recognize and commend Desert Rescue 915 and Wild West 4x4 for their outstanding contributions to environmental stewardship, community collaboration, and the protection of El Paso's county cherished desert lands. Signed the 2nd day of June, 2025.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego and second by Commissioner Holguin to approve. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. Well, as you can see, we very much appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. One of the things before they say a few words is that the idea is that they worked with some of the other commissioners already, but to get that kind of support that if it's in Commissioner Stout's area, there's a quick partnership, there's no doubt they'll understand what's going to take place, or if it's with Commissioner Coronado on the other side of town, that there's a quick partnership with each one of the commissioners. And some way, somehow, I'll try to support it from an overall standpoint, but I think this idea of partnership is very valuable in today's world. So, Rick, I'll let you go first.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rick Flores. I'm with Desert Rescue 915. We're a nonprofit organization based in El Paso, Texas, and we're serving not only the city of El Paso, but the county of El Paso. Our mission is simple but powerful, restoring our desert one cleanup at a time. And if you've been out to the desert, anybody goes out there, you know that our hands are full, but we're ready for the challenge. We're dedicated to fighting illegal dumping, promoting environmental awareness, and protecting the beauty of our desert landscapes through education, boots on the ground, cleanup efforts, and community engagement. This morning, I want to take a moment to recognize two incredible individuals who are helping us grow this mission. I'm going to start, first of all, with County Judge Ricardo Samaniego. The other day you called me, and I was real surprised and very happy to hear from you, sir. Thank you for believing in our community-led initiatives like ours. Your leadership and support for grassroots efforts gives us the foundation we need to grow and serve the people of El Paso County more efficiently. Also, I'd like to recognize Lupe Cabrera of Wild West 4x4 and Pro Build 915. Though she recently joined forces with me, her impact has been immediate. From helping organize our first large-scale cleanup on June 28th, which is coming up, to securing sponsorships, her energy and initiative have brought a new level of momentum to our work. We're excited and grateful to have her on board as part of the Desert Rescue 915 family. Also, lastly, I want to recognize another group called Sun City Pickers. They're a group that goes around on a weekly basis to different parks around town, including Horizon and the county, and they have cleanup efforts weekly. So I want to shout out to them too. Sun City Pickers one more time. At Desert Rescue 915, we believe that every effort counts. Every piece of trash removed, every person educated, every partnership formed counts. With supporters like Justin Maniego and Lupe Cabrera, we're looking forward to working with the community and the county commissioners in their respective precincts. Thank you all for standing with us as we continue restoring our desert, one cleanup at a time.
Thank you very much. Carlos?
Carlos Barragan, president of Wild West 4x4. Just want to say thank you to all present here, especially you, Mr. Samaniego, Judge Samaniego, for giving us the opportunity to just show what we can do and show that our community comes together. It's not just about having fun and playing in the desert. It's also what's after the fun. Let's clean up. Let's put it back the way it was. Leave it exactly how it should be, clean. With your efforts and our efforts together and your approvals, we'll be able to make that vision a success. That's all that I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you notice, one of the things that people focus on cleanup. One of the big differences that they're also trying to change the culture of not dumping, because you don't want to just be picking up because people are dumping, but to change that mentality. And I know there's one aspect that's very important is law enforcement, but I think what's more and more important is that someone decides not to dump. But we also have to give them options. For example, mattresses, nobody wants to pick them up. You can't donate them. It's illegal to donate mattresses. So people are stuck and don't know what to do with it, and they figure the option they have is throwing it in the desert. So we also have to provide means to avoid that. But this idea of a culture, of a community, and I don't think there's any community that would be more capable of saying, we're not going to dump, instead of we're going to be cleaning every time somebody dumps. I think this is El Paso is able to do that. So I thank you very much. And Crystal, you've got something to present.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Cristobal Guzman from Commissioner Butler's office. Judge, thank you for presenting this resolution. We have worked with Rick from our very first cleanup in Montana Vista. So thank you to that, and thank you to Rick, and we hope to collaborate with you, keep partnering up in the future with you. And we wanted to give you the certificate on behalf of the office.
Thank you want to go ahead and? Yeah, thank you. So we'll come up there and take a picture with you.
No.
Okay, so the certificate on behalf of Crystal and Commissioner Butler, the certificate is hereby presented to Rick Flores in recognition of your outstanding dedication to community service through Desert Rescue 915, contributing to the education, preservation, and restoration of El Paso's naturally beautiful desert landscapes. Jackie Butler, Commissioner. Thank you.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring June 2025 as Pride Month in El Paso County, Texas, and recognize the lighting of the Star on the Mountain in Pride colors during Pride Week, June 18th through 25th, 2025.
Morning. Good morning. I have the the distinct honor of being able to read this resolution. We have some guests that have joined us at the podium. I'll hear from you all in just a few seconds, but just wanted to make a couple of comments. It was only about 30 years ago in the 90s that we saw, first gay leading character on a network television show, right? It was only 10 years ago this month that the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision ruled that gay couples could get married. These are within our lifetime, just as it was only within the lifetime of some of us that women were allowed to have their own bank account, or a black person could legally marry a white person in certain states. That being said, we need to continually fight to assert basic rights that so many take for granted, but that minorities of all kinds find constantly abridged. And now we are seeing attacks on trans people. Every day we hear politicians in our state making comments erroneously that there's only a man and a woman, and when science tells us that biology is endlessly complex. People are entitled to their beliefs, but they're not entitled to erase the facts and the truth. So I think more importantly, we can't stand by and let people be erased. And as long as I'm here, and I think as long as this Commissioner's Court is here, we value this community, the LGBTQIA plus community. And finally, I also want to thank Commissioner Holguin for leading the sponsorship effort to make that statement visible to everyone via the Star on the Mountain. Commissioner, would you like to say any words before I read the resolution?
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. It makes me so incredibly proud to be able to work with all of you. It's so important for our LGBTQIA plus community to know that we stand with them. We are here. We will always be here. We will continue to be here. We are sadly facing some incredibly challenging times right now, but we will get through them, and we will get through them together. So I'm just incredibly proud to be a part of a Commissioner's Court that understands how important it is to stand with and stand up for all of our residents. And I am incredibly humbled to be able to play a small role in that. Thank you all for everything that you do every day, because you are the true heroes. You are the ones with courage going out there every single day. Please know that we appreciate all of your work, and we will never be able to thank you enough for what you do for the most vulnerable among us. So thank you for that. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for every year making sure that we bring forth this resolution honoring Pride and all of our activities here locally. It's so important that we make sure that no community feels that they are not seen, that they are not welcomed, that they are not valued. So thank you, Commissioner Stout, and thank you all for all of your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from our esteemed guests. It states, whereas individuals who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, plus LGBTQIA plus are integral members of our communities at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas the month of June serves as a time of remembrance and reflection, marking the anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City, an event widely recognized as a pivotal moment in the LGBTQIA plus rights movement, when community members stood against violence and injustice. And whereas June is widely recognized by the LGBTQIA plus community as Pride Month, with numerous celebrations and demonstrations, including Pride Adult Night on June 18th at La Nube, with 20% of every ticket sale and donation going directly to El Paso Sun City Pride Scholarship and Community Fund. And whereas starting June 18th, the El Paso Star on the Mountain will be lit up in official Pride colors until June 25th. And whereas these celebrations serve not only to raise awareness and visibility, but also to honor the historical struggles and achievements of the LGBTQIA+ movement, offering an opportunity for reflection, unity, and continued advocacy. And whereas we express our unwavering support for this community in El Paso, affirming their right to live openly and freely and from discrimination, and proudly recognize this year's Pride Month theme, Fabric of Freedom, as a call to unity and celebration of the community's vibrancy. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes and celebrates the LGBTQIA+ community for their ongoing contributions and sacrifices within the social, political, and economic fabric of our region. Signed the 2nd day of June, 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Holguín. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome.
Who would like to begin? Chris?
Chris.
All right.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Chris Freck, President of El Paso Sun City Pride. Thank you again, Commissioner Stout, for leading this resolution yet again, and Commissioner Holguín for spearheading and helping us light the Star Rainbow. Just a little edit on the resolution. We were able to, last minute, in the last 5 hours of the deadline, raise all $12,000 to light the star all month of June. So it worked, and again, it's thanks to the help of the Borderland Rainbow Center, Commissioner Holguín, just everyone who has donated in the county, and El Paso Strong. That's what you call it. Resolutions like this are incredibly important, especially in today's political climate. Our LGBTQIA+ community, particularly the youth, is under increasingly attack. Currently, there's legislation being signed on Governor Greg Abbott's desk today to ban all queer clubs in public schools. We can't stand for that anymore. So today's resolution is especially important because in the face of such harmful efforts, resolutions like this send a powerful message that El Paso County stands for a safe, inclusive, and welcoming home for the LGBTQIA+ individuals. Thank you for being champions for equality and your continued support for the LGBTQIA El Pasoans.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning. Commissioners.
My name is Amber Perez. I am the Executive Director of Borderland Rainbow Center. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for this resolution, the importance of this. I know that you know, and that's the reason that we're here today, is that there are so many here, even within our own community, who still feel as if they have nowhere to go. It's like, and moments like this allow them to see that this is their home. They are just as welcome here. There are two things that the judge said today that have really resonated with me. One was the fact that the county has decided in different times to not politicize things, right? And this is one of those moments where we are not politicizing the LGBTQI+ community. We're not politicizing lives. You're just doing what's right, period. And the second thing that really stood out was about the change in culture, right? Because that speaks to this idea of like, we're not gonna politicize an entire group of individuals, their lives. And El Paso County especially has always been a place that has been a beacon of hope, that has been a light in the darkness. That is sometimes what Texas kind of does. Texas does its own thing, and El Paso says, you know what, we're gonna take care of our own. And this is one of those moments where you really are taking care of your own. Earlier you spoke, you honored also the veterans, and she spoke, and I found it very moving. She spoke about the fact that it's about making sure that this is also action. It's like, and one of the things that I hope that she knows and she sees is that we know for a fact that the county doesn't just put out resolutions or proclamations, it stands by them and it does the work that it needs to do to say that they are accepting to the entire community. So once again, I would like to thank you for this. This is incredibly important. And to any of our trans youth out there or queer youth, I want them to see this and see that their leaders are saying you are welcome here, you are valid, and you are safe.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll go
Good
next.
morning.
I just wanted to say, I'm Rachel Scott, El Paso Sun City Pride. I'm losing my voice. I'm constantly losing my voice. So it might go out before I can finish. But I wanted to say this year's theme for El Paso Sun City Pride for Pride Month is not all heroes wear capes. And we have 3 right in front of us. We thank you for everything that you've done to help us put this message out there, this message of love that is needed now more than ever. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margarita Martinez. I'm the current president of PFLAG El Paso. PFLAG is a national organization that was born in the 70s in New York City, and it supports the LGBT community, their families, friends. We have over 400 chapters all over the United States, and we have one here in El Paso. So we are very grateful for this. As a mother of a LGBTQ young lady, I feel very grateful for this resolution, to be able to see the pride flag. It as a symbol of embracement of diversity in our city. We are very grateful, especially in these times where our community, where our family members are under attack. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gabriel Zapata. I'm a member of PFLAG. All that I have to say is thank you for this resolution. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
And thank you so much because, as I said earlier, like in their case, that this is a community that shows other communities, and a lot of communities look to us to see what we do, and it gives them a sense of courage. And so I les felicito, really, that your things can change and the administration has a different perspective, but they still have to deal with El Paso. El Paso comes together. It's not just easy for anyone. I've even seen that sometimes they stay away from El Paso and they go after other communities because we come together. And so as much as those things have changed, and as I've said over and over, those things that we felt were already, we had accomplished those things. We didn't have to be fighting for them anymore. And to see that sort of come up again just doesn't make sense. But they could change, but as long as you don't change and the community doesn't change, that makes a huge difference. So thank you for what you're trying to accomplish, not only for yourself, but for a lot of individuals that feel vulnerable during this time and concerned about the future. I think this community can sort of help mediate that discomfort and that stress that is taking place. So thank you for what you're doing. Thank you. Commissioner Stout.
I also have to say thank you, just for all the work that each of you do in your organizations and making sure that that we also are held accountable and that local elected officials and state elected officials. I know that at the state it's much more difficult. There's a lot more ugliness going on at the state capitol, and it seems like every legislative session it gets even worse. I think there was a bill. I don't think it passed, but I have the first pride flag that was ever flown on top of the county courthouse hanging in my office, and that bill would prohibit me from. If that bill passed, I'm still not taking it down. But it's just ridiculous that this day and age we have to fight these fights. But if not for you all, we wouldn't have, I think, the courage and the drive to do so. And so thank you very much for always standing with us. And I'm so happy to stand with you. I want everybody, in the LGBTQIA community to know that I see you. I'm here for you. You have a friend in my office, and you will always have a friend in my office. And love is love. Y'all means all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If I could just, before we take a photo, also give a huge thank you to my two staff members, Oscar and Javier. Who are not only very proud members of the LGBTQIA plus community, but who are staunch advocates for that community and are just incredible staff members. So I want to thank them for all of their hard work, for being able to collaborate in this incredible effort with the Lighting of the Stars.
Item 5D, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout?
All right. Proud to be able to also have sponsored this resolution. We have members of our immigrant rights community here. We have Melissa Lopez, the Executive Director of Estrella El Paso, Aimee Santillan from Hope Border Institute with some of her team, Annabelle Thuralt, UTEP MSW student, Angelica Rodriguez, UTEP MSW student, and Paula Ramirez, UTEP MSC student. Thank you all very much for joining us, and the others, we can have you introduce yourselves when we finish reading the resolution. There's just lots to say about this one as well. Policy that is based on lies is just bad policy on its face, and immigrants are not a public safety threat. They are not a health threat. They are not a threat, full stop. The disgusting lies from so many politicians are such a low point for this country and cannot stand. But there is much danger in out-of-control federal agencies, in the surveillance in prison and in justice systems that are being ramped up. Too many of us are living with that day to day. And I'm going to read an excerpt from an administrative update that we received about a year ago, because this is who we are as a community, and these are our American values, and we'll keep fighting for our values. The update, which came from Betsy about work that our Office of New Americans was doing, it said, a family of 6 was encountered in El Paso, separated, processed, and released without their 19-year-old special needs son. For some reason, the 19-year-old son was on his way to the Rio Grande Valley to be repatriated back to Colombia. We're not exactly sure what transpired, why the separation happened, or why the 19-year-old special needs son was scheduled for repatriation without his family. The family refused to leave El Paso without their son, so Sacred Heart allowed for an extended stay, and through our strong partnerships, Alfonso, which is one of our staff at the Office of New Americans, worked with our Customs and Border Protection contact to stop the deportation and bring him back to be together with his family. Every day, the family called Alfonso, and he reassured them that things were moving along. On March 4, 2024, the young man was released to the Migrant Services Processing Center and was quickly taken to Sacred Heart Church to be reunited with his family. It was an emotional reunification. So I do want to say thank you to our Office of New Americans, and thank you to the court for staying strong, and thank you to our beautiful community for also being helpers and pushing us to stay strong. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from our guests. The resolution states, whereas El Paso County is a proud border community, a place where language, culture, family ties, and shared history flow freely across the Rio Grande. The people of this region are shaped by generations of migration, trade, and resilience that long predate today's borders. And whereas over 80% of El Pasoans are proudly of Mexican descent, and El Paso's culture remains inseparable from that legacy. Today, Mexican traditions, foodways, music, festivals, and familial networks continue to define daily life, civic values, and regional pride across the community. And whereas El Paso has welcomed immigrants from across the globe who have joined our community as our neighbors, business partners, teachers, doctors, and friends, helping to shape this city's diverse identity and rich cultural fabric for the better. And whereas El Paso's history as a gateway to the north has been key to the region's legacy of welcoming newcomers, creating a mosaic of cultural traditions that continue to enrich the community and make it one of the most dynamic regions in the nation. And whereas the legacy of immigrants of both today and the past continues to inspire future generations to pursue opportunity, equality, and justice, reinforcing our shared commitment to inclusivity and dignity for all. And whereas the County of El Paso affirms that all immigrants and their families, regardless of status, make significant contributions to entrepreneurship and economic growth, and embody the values of hard work, family, and perseverance that define the American dream. And whereas federal actions and rhetoric aimed at criminalizing migrants and their families, militarizing the border, and undermining basic civic rights threaten to erode trust, endanger lives, and destabilize families. These actions do not reflect the values of El Paso County. And whereas Immigrant Heritage Month is not just a celebration of immigrants, but a tribute to the centuries-long story of El Paso itself, a Mexican, American, indigenous, and borderlands community that refuses to be defined by walls, fear, or scapegoating. And now, therefore, be it resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court officially recognize June as Immigrant Heritage Month in El Paso County, celebrate the rich Mexican heritage and binational identity of the region, rooted in centuries of migration, family ties, and cultural exchange, acknowledge and honor the contributions of all immigrant communities from across the globe whose presence in El Paso has shaped the city's growth and character, affirm the county's constitutional right and moral responsibility to speak out against unjust policies that harm immigrant and border communities, and remain committed to building a safe, just, and inclusive community where immigrant contributions are honored and protected, and where every resident, regardless of heritage, ethnicity, or immigration status, is treated with dignity. Signed this second day of June, 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa. Would you like to open up?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of Estrella del Paso, known forever by Commissioner Holguin as Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services, although we're going on our second year with a new name, so at some point, it has to change. I want to thank, the three of you in particular for your support of our work, your support of immigrants in this community. We are incredibly blessed to be in this community at this time. It's a difficult time, but we're lucky to be here where we have so much support and so many people willing to stand up for what's right and stand up for who we are. There's a couple of great blessings in my life. In particular, I'm grateful that my grandparents, immigrated to the United States when my mom was 3. I'm grateful because that gave me the life that I have, but more grateful that they brought with them the beauty of their culture, the beauty of their language, the beauty of our family and our family traditions that are not traditions of the United States, although they're a mezcla, right? They're a combination of those things. The reality is that they're truly rooted in our Mexican heritage. And that's what makes this community and this country great, is that we take what we have here, we bring new ideas to it, and we make it even better. And I think that, the series of resolutions this morning in particular speak to the beauty of this community. It's not just that we welcome immigrants, we welcome veterans, we welcome the LGBTQI plus community. We welcome, people who are trying to do good in our community and clean up our deserts. That makes us who we are. And the fact that this court continues to commit to doing that, through the Office of New Americans, who, Lore, Stephanie, Alfonso always brings laughs to every community meeting that we're in, and I appreciate his humor. But the Office of New Americans does incredible work, and we're really grateful that you all continue to support their work and continue to support everything that they do. On a personal note, almost 18 years ago in August, I was hired to be a staff attorney at Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services, and I personally believe it's the best decision that Commissioner Holguin ever made. Some might disagree, but I'm incredibly grateful to be where I am in this moment and still being able to do this job, because it's harder than it's ever been. We are facing unprecedented attacks. I'm sure that I'm on some watch list or another at this point, but I refuse to sit idly by and watch attacks on our community, attacks on on me and my family, and for people to frankly tell lies about who we are and what we bring to this community. So I'll continue to stand up, but I appreciate that I'm not standing alone. I appreciate that I have, people standing with me, and I appreciate that we have the support of the court. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, Judge Samaniego, and the entire court for this resolution, recognizing the month of June as Immigrant Heritage Month. This act is not simply symbolic. It is a meaningful affirmation of the values that define El Paso County: dignity, compassion, resilience, and community. Here in El Paso, we know what it means to live at the heart of an immigrant story. Ours is a region shaped by generations of people who cross borders seeking safety, family, freedom, and opportunity. From our food to our faith traditions, from the vibrancy of our neighborhoods to the labor that keeps this region strong, immigrants are not just part of our community, they are our community. This recognition comes at a critical time in our country's history, when immigrants from all backgrounds, those seeking asylum as well as those who have called this country home for decades, are being criminalized and scapegoated for political gain. We are seeing policies that aim to block, punish, or push away those whose only crime is the pursuit of safety and a better life. And yet, through all of this, communities like El Paso are turning the tide. That is why your leadership matters so deeply. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Commissioners Court and El Paso County staff for your tireless advocacy and unshakable commitment to justice. Thank you for welcoming asylum seekers with care and humanity. Thank you for advocating and supporting solutions that reflect the values of our binational, multicultural community. Thank you for partnering with NGOs, shelters, and advocates, not only to support people on the move, but to understand and call out the deadly consequences of policies that dehumanize and deter. Your work and this resolution reminds us that another way is possible, that El Paso can be and is a model for what moral leadership looks like at the border. Thank you for ensuring El Paso continues to lead with conscience and heart.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Annabelle Morales Thorold. I'm a recent grad from the Social Work Master's Program at UTEP. I am myself an immigrant. I was brought here when I was 1 by my parents who were 19 and 20. So for me, it's very important that you all are highlighting this and that you are giving the immigrant community in El Paso this recognition. My parents dreamed of something more for their child, and the only way to do that was to, immigrate to El Paso. Immigrant Heritage Month is not just a symbolic recognition, but a reflection of my lived experience. It's about honoring the journey of people like my parents who navigated unfamiliar systems, carried the weight of sacrifice, and never stopped believing in the power of opportunity. It's about the strength in our homes, the love in our families, and the persistence that carries through barriers, borders, and bias. Growing up in El Paso, I've always understood that being an immigrant isn't something separate. It's central to who we are here. This community raised me. It taught me what mutual support, cultural pride, and resilience really look like. And now I try to give back what was given to me: dignity, compassion, and advocacy. Recognizing Immigrant Heritage Month honors all of us who come from somewhere else but chose to plant roots, to serve others, and to make this country better. It tells young people like I once was that the story matters and that they belong here. Thank you for this resolution and for affirming that in El Paso, immigrant heritage is not only celebrated but cherished.
Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners Court and the El Paso community members. I am Angelica Rodriguez, a first-generation UTEP student from the Bachelor's of Social Work, and I'm going to start my master's this summer. This recognition is more than just words on an official document. It is a statement that shows our beautiful border community that we see, hear, and celebrate them. As a UTEP student leader, I have been faced with many obstacles that oftentimes no other universities have to encounter. I've had students ask me if registering for classes is safe anymore. I've received pictures of ICE or La Migra on campus with students asking me, what should I do? We've had students, specifically 10 international students, had their visas revoked in early April. Especially in our department, we have to do internships. This year, we've encountered internships where our students are faced with, would I go into this with love and passion, knowing that policies are gonna change, fundings are gonna be cut? And as social workers, we do stand with not only our values to advocate for this El Paso community, but for ourselves as well. This resolution, making June as Immigrant Heritage Month, shows the El Paso community that we will continue to use our voices, resources, and power to overcome any obstacles we face. I thank you today not only for being the voice of the El Paso community, but for standing alongside with all of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Paola Ramirez Santos. I'm a recent Master of Social Work graduate from UTEP, and I just wanted to take the time to thank you all for supporting this resolution. This resolution could not have come at a better time because fear-based policies and anti-immigrant rhetoric are becoming all too common. It's disheartening to feel like who we are and where we have come from is something that we need to hide. But now more than ever, we need to hold on to the very things that make us unique, our language, our traditions, our values. Immigrant Heritage Month is not just about celebrating our culture. It also means that we're honoring those who came before us. It's about recognizing those who have families here, built lives here, and created a foundation for future generations. My father was one of those people. He came to this country not just to work, but to build something lasting. He wanted to give us opportunity. He opened the door to many firsts in my family. Because of him, I was able to become the first person in my family to serve in the military, a first-generation college graduate, and the first in my family to earn a master's degree. I carry with me the pride and values he instilled in my family. El Paso understands what it means to carry this pride with us. I think it's what has made our community so resilient. Times like these can be discouraging, but El Paso has never let itself be defined by walls or fear, and it never will be. Thank you to the Office of New Americans for their continuous support of our community, and thank you again, Commissioners, for this resolution.
Thank you.
We do have members from our ONA. If y'all would like to come up and introduce yourselves, and if you have any words you can share. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I work with the Office of New Americans.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Claudia Jimenez, Community Services with the Office of New Americans.
Thank you.
Stephanie Blakeman, also with the Office of New Americans.
Thank you.
Hello, Consuelo López y también trabajo para la Oficina de Nuevos Americanos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paula Barquero, and I'm also with the Office of New Americans.
Well, thank you very much for, it's interesting today, we've seen something very similar, and that is that our community feeling a responsibility that maybe other communities don't feel. It's almost like fight for yourself kind of mentality, and we don't do that. We're not going to let anybody fight for themselves. You know, we come together. I know Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Holguin have been extremely active in trying to make sure that we see the contribution. And Commissioner Stout said something very important, that is that those lives have to be challenged. And I know we're doing studies where we're showing significant difference from what's out there, the narratives that are out there, to the reality of what really happens. You know, the contributions that immigrants make is just unbelievable, and we have to continue to do that. We are the last stronghold. You know, I don't know if, you know, it's so easy. I used to be hesitant to say we're the last stronghold, and I thought some community was going to challenge us and say, no, we're the last. But nobody does that, because we're so much more homogeneous in the way we look at things. there's very little, I think we're like thinkers in El Paso. We believe in certain things, and the majority of people believe in them. So we're very fortunate that we don't have this 60-40 kind of situation going on. I think we make up our minds that we're going to protect individuals that are vulnerable, and then we commit to it. And so I'm very proud of that as a community, and I think more and more we're beginning to see that what we do here keeps the bar high. If we drop our guard, it drops that, and then more communities feel that they have the right to be less. So thank you for what you do, Commissioner Stout. It's a great resolution, and we thank you for making sure that we do stay strong to our family values and to our commitment to immigrants that have come into our country, all of us, as a matter of fact. So thank you.
I just want to say thanks. I'll just echo those sentiments and say thank you to the organizations in this community that work so hard day in and day out, including those here in El Paso County in our operation in our Office of New Americans. It's one of the departments that I am most proud of, and I really just am in awe of the work that's done, and don't know what we were doing before we had that department. I don't know what we did without y'all. But thank you to everyone who came and spoke, and for the work that you do in this community. It's greatly appreciated.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 2 speakers signed up for public comment. Our first speaker is Miss Elizabeth Crawford, and just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning.
Welcome, Elizabeth, in person today. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity. In John 10, we have the words of the Lord Jesus recorded, referencing the enemy of our souls and then speaking of himself. Jesus said, "The thief comes only to steal and to kill and to destroy. I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly." I want to start this topic with a very hard and very personal account because I want to make it clear that my motive is not hate or cruelty, my motive is love. In February 2021, I first came to El Paso. In May 2021, I went to visit my sister and her family in Phoenix. At the end of June, the next month, I received word from my sister telling me that my nephew had died with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. My nephew is 19 years old. From a human perspective, my nephew had everything going for him. He was good-looking, popular, on a sports scholarship at a university in Hobbs, New Mexico. According to my sister, he had gotten involved in a very bad relationship with a young lady up in Phoenix. When she broke up with him, he lost his mind. It was tragedy upon tragedy, the entire incident. The most disturbing part of the tragedy for me has been what I was told preceded it. There is a lie that has been circulating for decades in many of our evangelical circles that basically emboldens people to go the route of suicide. That lie is that if someone who professes to be a Christian commits suicide, he or she will go straight to heaven, will forfeit rewards for not faithfully serving Christ, but will go straight to heaven. Only God knows the heart of a person at the moment of death, and for sure salvation is God's guaranteed gift to all who repent and trust in Christ as Savior, even if in a final moment at the very last second. Yet the way it often gets presented in many evangelical circles is lethal. Instead of warning people that a casual attitude towards suicide is a sign that he or she very possibly may not genuinely know Christ, suicide often gets whitewashed and interpreted by many youth in evangelical circles as the easy way out of life problems, the fast track to heaven. In reality, in many cases, it is the fast track to hell. The evangelical church, many in my circles of friendship and family, has followed our mainstream culture in minimizing the seriousness of self-murder before our holy God. There is another area in which a number of once evangelical churches have caved into the beliefs of mainstream American culture, the Pride movement. In 1 Corinthians 6, the Apostle Paul, under the inspiration of God's Holy Spirit, wrote these words to the Corinthian church. 1 Corinthians 6, know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you, but you are washed, but you are sanctified, but you are justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and by the Spirit of our God. God's holy word teaches that holy matrimony is one man committed to one woman for life. To warn someone of what the scriptures teach is not hateful, it is loving. And to warn someone of the consequences of sin without presenting hope of transformation is also hateful, not loving. There is amazing hope for transformation of life, to live life God's way. That hope is found in the person and work of the Lord Jesus Christ. We're told in 2 Corinthians 5:17, therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Our second speaker we have signed up for today is Mr. Pierre-André Uzaraga.
Good morning, Pierre.
Good morning, Judge.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And thank you for having me. It's always a learning experience for me to be up here. You all know me, Judge, commissioners, my dear fellow El Pasoans, and God bless my dear fellow Americans. God bless you all. El Paso County, my home county, ladies and gentlemen, you all know me as a cannabis, a lobbyist. I've tried for numerous years to work with the county. Now, we've had some successes with not legalizing cannabis, but decriminalizing cannabis. It's not where we should be because of the cost effectiveness. I'm thinking the economy, right? And so I'm here today to continue fighting for the legalization of cannabis, but not as a lobbyist, not Emerald Star Global Industries, but this time I've transitioned my work, my lobbying efforts, into a political party. I'm FEC approved now, Judge. You could get onto fec.gov, type in TAPPC, or the American Political Party Committee, and or my full name, Pierre Andre Osarraga, and you'll see that I am FEC approved. I have my FEC identification number as a candidate for president, for the office of president. And I also have a FEC identification number for TAPPC. So I'm well within federal laws to run and campaign for the office as president, and I want to do so that I can legalize cannabis and psychoorganics. So I'm here today to just share this, I think, valuable information with my fellow El Paso County, government to government. I am a federal candidate. So, and I am working with developing other laws that supersede county, states, and even these US federal laws. But my primary focus is on the legalization of cannabis, and I want to use those tax funds to streamline and allocate to first responders, military, police, fire department, EMTs, and really focus on ramping up our national security along the border. And yes, this includes Border Patrol and CBP. I only have a few minutes here, and that's okay. I know you all have other orders of business, and I'll let you get back to that here in a couple of minutes. But this is just an invitation to all of you, Democrats, Republicans alike, to come check in with me. I'm doing a lot of work, ladies and gentlemen, on social media, Instagram, and I'm sticking only to American corporations only. American. So you won't see me on TikTok, you won't see me on all these foreign corporations. It's all American. Meta. If there's any American public corporations in the news media field, we're working with you as well, but it has to be all American. And I'm just inviting you to come check me out on social media so that I have more time there, Judge. So I'm rendering more legal information, and that's what it is, legal information, for you to grab a hold of El Paso County and say, hey, you know what, we're gonna possibly, that's your decision, but I'm inviting you to join TAPPC. Become members, I'm recruiting members. I need to get my name on the ballots. So I do need an electoral college, and I do have a VP candidate. She's well known, but that requires, basically I'm here on behalf of my VP and the electoral college, and I would like to extend first invitations to El Paso County to join TAPPC and see if we could revamp our country, streamlining everything, dissolving political parties. Let's focus about, you know what, we opened up today's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. We want the American form of government, not the Republic form of government, not the Democratic form of government, the American form of government. So if we can focus on that here, I think we can make history and focus on our economy, get ourselves out of debt, and then invest, reinvest in ourselves, left and right, but American, and then, again, revamp that national security. So with that, I'll leave you here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for my few minutes. God bless you, and I hope we could work together.
Take care. Thank you, Pierre. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you, Judge.
God bless.
That completes all the speakers for public comment. We'd like to go ahead and move to item 8, board appointments. Item 8A, approve the appointment of Antonio Bernal to the El Paso County Emergency Services District Number 2, ESD Number 2, for the unexpired 2-year term ending December 31st, 2026.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. I apologize, Mr. Bernal was going to try to make it with us in person today, but I don't see him here. But as you recall, you posted the vacancy for this position, received applications, and interviewed Mr. Bernal a couple of weeks ago. He has met all of the requirements to be appointed to this position.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have a motion to approve the appointment by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item 9, County Administration. 9A, receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for the July 4th, 2025 period. And I believe we are asking for this item be postponed 1 week. We have a motion by Commissioner Stout to postpone, second by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout, your vote? Motion carries. Item 9B, receive a presentation, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's 89th Texas Legislative Agenda and Value Statement, and provide discussion and input regarding federal legislative items for the 119th Congress.
Affairs Manager. Today with the last 89th legislative session update. Today is sine die, the last day of session, and we survived. We have just a few updates before our official wrap up. I know there's a lot of bills that we were tracking, a lot of El Paso County priorities that I believe our lobbying team will be in El Paso in person to present with me in a couple of weeks. But for now, I just wanted to give a quick, just highlight some of the items that passed this session and that are of interest to the county. If I could go to the next slide, please. So as I said, today is the 140th day, meaning today is the end of the 89th legislative session. Over the weekend, the budget was approved for the next 2 years. It was a $338 billion budget. A lot of items also for El Paso on that budget. Items that I know that the court has been tracking that I want to just mention that they did not pass are HB 19 and SB 1024. And these are related to GO bonds and certificates of obligation. They both died in the process, so they didn't make it even as amendments. And we were watching to see if any of the language on any of these bills made it on as an amendment to another bill, and none of that happened. So I think we can all kind of breathe relief. But yeah, I know those two were a lot of work, and I want to thank again Ms. Barbara Parker for coming all the way to Austin to testify against Senate Bill 1024 in one of the last hearings. I think all those conversations that we had, also visiting offices after she testified and just relaying our position, I think that really helped collectively the efforts from other counties as well. So thank you again, Barbara, for testifying on that one. I want to highlight these 3 bills that changed in conference committee. As you know, when legislation is approved by a chamber and then it goes to the other chamber, and then the other chamber doesn't agree with any of the amendments that were put in or the language, they have to both appoint a committee or members to a committee that they call a conference committee to iron out the differences and come to a compromise in the language of legislation. And there's a lot of bills that are or were over the weekend tied up in conference committee. I want to highlight just a little bit of what happened with Senate Bill 8, which is, as you might recall, the mandatory 287G agreements. We had worked throughout session with our sheriff's office and with the chairman of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, who was really pushing back on the original language as SB 8 was filed. And we made some suggestions along with other advocates as well, not just El Paso County, but like a group of stakeholders to see if we could determine the least harmful model of the 287G agreements, which is a warrant service model. And then that went on as an amendment on the House floor once SB 8 reached the House. It went on as an amendment. The bill also had language to give reimbursement. So it had a grant, there's a grant program component, or there was a grant component, and then a reimbursement component. And so as SB 8 was passed out of the House, the Senate did not like those amendments, and so they appointed a conference committee. And unfortunately, during that conference committee, these amendments were removed. And so the final conference committee report and the final language on the bill does not have the reimbursement component. This was very disappointing, as you might all also be disappointed on the grant amounts were increased, but the reimbursement component was removed. And so I will share the final language as soon as the governor signs it, but this is already over in the governor's desk and awaiting signature. I would anticipate that it would be that he's probably going to want to do a big ceremony to sign this bill. But yeah, I think it was just the whole week of like back and forth and into the final language, and then seeing the language on Friday night. I think we were all pretty disappointed that they took away some of the parts of the bill that had made it less harmful, and it happened in a conference committee. Senate Bill 293, it has the same fate. It's been back and forth. This is the bill regarding judicial pay. And the House did not concur with the Senate amendments. It was sent back. So over the weekend, and even as late as yesterday, there was a new conference committee appointed, because the first conference committee came up with some recommendations. As you know, the judicial pay is linked to the legislators' retirement benefits. So when legislators retire, they get paid as much as the judges do. And there was some disagreements about whether that should be the case or not. So removing that linkage between legislators' pay to the judicial pay, and that's where it's tied up. In the conference committee, our own rep, Speaker Moody, was appointed, and it is my understanding that Judge Perez has been in touch with him to let him know some of the concerns from the judges and what they would like to see on the final bill that we hope will be passed today, if it hasn't already. I haven't really kept track, as I've been listening to Commissioner's Court and just didn't want to miss my presentation. But I think in our official wrap-up presentation, we will for sure share that final language and whatever happens in the conference committee and whatever is passed by the legislature, if anything. Lastly, Senate Bill 2753. This is a bill, very complicated bill regarding elections administration. Initially, we opposed it when this was first heard in the Senate. El Paso County, myself, and a lot of other counties, we opposed it. And then some language was added, again, some amendments to make it less harmful. But then when they went to the conference committee, I think the conference committee members could not agree on some of that language. And I know our elections administrator, Ms. Lisa Wise, has been also following this closely and being communicating not just with me, but like with her association, the concerns, and trying to make a push for these implementations to not go into effect this year, but to go into effect until 2027, to give us enough time to prepare for these very substantive changes on elections. I also want to highlight some of the bills that already passed, but that have been really controversial and have had, there's been quite a few protests at the Capitol, including one this past Saturday. You probably have heard on the news that SB 3 is a total ban on THC products, and this is expected to be signed by the governor, again, probably in a big ceremony. We don't know when that will be. Senate Bill 10, this is a mandate to have the 10 Commandments in classrooms in public schools. Also, a bill that a lot of the minority in the House was pushing for amendments to make it more inclusive. So some amendments included having also teachings from other religions also in school. None of these amendments were taken up, and the bill as is just mandating that the 10 Commandments are displayed in public schools. There's already lawsuits awaiting to be filed after this is signed, from what I've heard. But yeah, this one is already on the governor's desk. And then I know this was highlighted earlier today during the Pride Month resolution, but House Bill 229 is one of the worst anti-LGBTQ pieces of legislation this session. This is a requirement for state documents to reflect the sex assigned at birth. It attempts to describe that there are only two sexes, and they don't allow for any like other sexes or nothing that is not a biological sex. So I know this was a big fight, but this one was already passed and it's on the governor's desk. Do we have any questions on any of these bills? If not, I'll go to the next slide, please. I want to highlight some of the state budget items that made it in. As I said earlier, it's one of the largest budgets approved in recent years for Texas. $51 billion for property tax relief. Most of that will go to compression and to keeping the property taxes that were done or approved last session. Then $8.5 billion for public schools was also approved in the budget. Then $1 billion aside for these very also controversial school voucher program. $1 billion for community attendance pay increase to $13 an hour. Initially, I think the talks were to do this at $14 an hour, but then in conference committee, they came into this compromise to increase it to $13 an hour, and this is paid through the state's portion of Medicaid. Then $10 billion for energy, water, and broadband infrastructure. There's some ballot proposals that we will see in the November ballot. And if approved by voters, $1 billion of these 10 per year starting in 2027 and for the next 20 years will go towards securing the state's water supply. And there was also $100 million in the state budget for childcare scholarships, and then $8.5 in funding for public schools, including salary increases for teachers, special ed, teacher preparation, and operational costs. Next slide, please. Now the exciting part, some El Paso items on the budget that made it. I think this is one of the best sessions for El Paso that I've seen myself. It included $65 million for a comprehensive cancer center towards the completion of the cancer center, $50 million for the psychiatric center, again continuing with what was approved last session, $20 million for a UTEP mining engineering program, $14 million for an El Paso water augmentation project, $10 million for the Downtown Deck Plaza project, and this is only if approved by federal projects. So this is not secured unless this is not going to be given unless there is approval from federal funding. Then $8 million for a UTEP collaboration with NASA, $7 million for the Weiler Tramway development, $5 million to the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank, and $2 million for the Rio Vista Farms restoration in Socorro. So a lot of good items for El Paso. If I could go to the next slide, please. Lastly, I just want to highlight some bills from our tracker that were already sent to the governor or that we've been tracking closely and that are worth mentioning right now. But again, I will come back along with our lobbying team in a couple of weeks to give a more thorough presentation of everything that we tracked and everything that we worked on. But I know for now, these bills are of concern to the county, so I just want to highlight them. SB 9 by Huffman, this is an omnibus bail reform bill, and it's already been sent to the governor. It was sent yesterday, and again, we're waiting probably a big ceremonial signature event. Then HB 9 by Meyer, we've talked about this extensively. Initially, it was filed as a $250,000 property tax exemption, and it was lowered to $125,000, and it's already been sent to the governor. He hasn't signed it yet, though it was sent a couple of weeks ago. Then House Bill 21 by Gates. This is the Housing Finance Corporations, or what they call the traveling HFCs, or limiting them to the boundaries and having additional standards they must meet within 2 years. This was also sent to the governor and hasn't been signed yet. Then Senate Bill 651 by West. This is for our veteran service officer to allow them to report to a designated county executive instead of reporting to the full commissioner's court. This is an initiative from Dallas County that we work very closely with and that we're very excited that it passed. Next slide, please. Then Senate Bill 1079 by Senator West. This one grants authority for counties to dispose of sensitive media devices safely. This was already signed by the governor and will be effective September 1st. House Bill 1109 by Rep. Van Dever exempts counties from motor fuel taxes, also signed by the governor. And because this one received more than 2/3 of approval in the chambers, it is effective sooner than September 1st, so it will be effective July 1st. So Senate Bill 1173 by Perry. This one increases the purchasing bid from 100,000 to it increases it to 100,000 instead of 50,000. It was passed without the governor's signature, and it will be effective September 1st. And then I know we worked a lot on these two bills, Senate Bill 1450 and House Bill 23. These were third-party review of development documents. Both of them ended up dying in committee after really hard-fought battles. I know our Planning and Development Department helped a lot in amending them, proposing new language, trying to negotiate, especially with a developer community that was really pushing for language on these bills that would not have been even doable for the county. And so I think there's going to be a lot of work left for the interim, so we can, because this is for sure going to come back next session. But I hope that in the interim, we are included in those stakeholder meetings and those groups to come to a fair compromise, which I think is what we did through the House when HB 23 was on the House, and we offered amendments to make it less harmful and more doable. But then when it reached the Senate, they wanted to remove all of those amendments, and that's where we really had to talk to our senators, talk to the members of the committee, and tell them like the impact that this would have had if it had passed. So again, I think we can all like just give us just be relieved that this didn't pass, and that but again, that we're going to have to probably work a lot during the interim to see where we can compromise. I think this is my last slide, but I will entertain any questions. There's no motion today. I mean, obviously the session is over. We are hopeful that there will not be a special session. There were some bills that also died. The denial of bail for undocumented immigrants, that one did not make it. And I think the other denial of bail to repeat offenders also ended up not passing. So again, I think it was overall an okay session. I don't want to say it was great because we didn't pass a lot of things that we would have liked, but I do think that we stopped a lot of legislation that was harmful and that would have tied our hands or strained our budget. And I think overall we did really well. And I am really proud of our lobbying team for their services, for their relentless dedication and tracking things, helping us communicate with members, and really highlighting El Paso County's position, especially our budget, to the legislators. So I think overall it was good that we were able to stop some of those bad things from happening collectively with our other fellow counties, and also bringing home a lot of funding. I think our delegation did a great job in securing all that funding for El Paso. So I also want to highlight their work and thank them. But yeah, this is just a quick recap of session as of today.
Thank you, Alicia. You did an amazing job, very consistent, very dedicated. So we're very, very appreciative of how you kept in touch with all of us. Appreciate that.
Judge,
yes.
can I ask you a question?
Thank you, Judge.
Hi, Elisa. What about the bill that would have weakened our ability to enforce the subdivision orders that we were afraid might lead to proliferation of colonias again? What happened with that
Yes.
bill?
Thank you for asking, Commissioner. I should have included it here since it was such a headache the entire session. It did not pass. It died in the calendars committee. So yes, again, another thing that it was on the calendar, but they took our amendment. So we would have, in the negotiated language that actually Mike Pacheco was, our lobbyist Mike Pacheco did a great job in securing that amendment on there. So it would have made it so it was only familial divisions, and so it was not going to be as harmful, but it ended up dying on the calendar's deadline, so it didn't pass.
Good, that's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you for all your
and then
work,
the other
Elisa.
one, yeah, thank you. There was another one too that was only bracketed to Cameron County, and we were watching it closely because we thought that bracket could easily come off on the House floor through a quick amendment. It also died on the calendar deadline, so I was also very relieved when that happened.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Any other questions?
I just want to real quick thank Alicia and our lobby team. You know, I spent a lot of time at the legislature, as I typically do, and they were very helpful to me, and I think to all of our staff that traveled to Austin to participate in testifying. And I know that, especially the last couple of weeks, Alicia was working on amendments and late nights and very early mornings, and you know, I got a call from Adam Haynes from CUC to tell me how much he was appreciative of the work that she did within the group of Alicia's homologous employees in other counties. You know, they have a great team, but she's been a great addition, and so thank you very much, Alicia, for all of your hard work on behalf of El Paso County during this session. You know, it looks like we didn't fare too terribly. There probably are a number of unfunded mandates that we're going to have to deal with. I'd like in the near future for us to be able to kind of quantify that so that we can make sure that we make the public know that our budget's going up. If we're going to raise taxes because of it, not saying we are, but that the public needs to know, you know, how much more money we're having to shell out, whether it's election stuff, whether it's the judges' pay, whether it's exemptions that we lose money from. We really need to, I think, hammer home that information because you know, I think it's unfair for us to be or for the public to be told that we're the ones that are culpable for those increases in our county budget.
Judge, if I may also piggyback off of what Commissioner Stout was just sharing about the work that has been done over this session. So several departments have been tracking bills and have been trying to stay on top of many bills. And then Alicia, I mean, she is one person, and we had a record number of bills filed this year. There has been extensive work, and I have received so many compliments, not just internally, but from, for example, Chief Esparza, about how helpful Alicia was. If you've never testified before, it can be nerve-wracking, and having a friendly face who does such an amazing job.
It's nerve-wracking after you do it 20 times, too.
So it can be very nerve-wracking, but Alicia is such a calming, and supportive force. I heard from Chief Medina, Chief Esparza, even Judge Pettis, who was there and was advocating on one issue in adverse to our interest. She even said, you know, I had to be conscientious to not put Alicia in a predicament, but just her helping me navigate where to go, you know, was so comforting and such an excellent level of service. And so Alicia, in addition to tracking all the bills, being such a welcoming person to all of us, when we come to Austin, you're remarkable, and I really appreciate you. And we're always hard on you when there's like, where are we on this? Where are we on that? But you keep your calm, keep your cool. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you all. It means a lot, and it was a pleasure working this session alongside all of you and all of the departments that are so committed to just serving the public. And then I know that sometimes it's disappointing to hear that the law is going to change in such a detrimental way. And sometimes when we don't get the things that we need, it's disappointing. But I think collectively we did well. I think it could have been much worse. And overall, I think El Paso is going to be okay for 2 more years. And on the funding piece, I do think that's something we should celebrate, and we should definitely thank our delegation for their work, because we are getting a lot of projects this session. And so just keep working with them for the next one, and seeing if we can include other things that we also need in the county. But thank you. And thank you, Betsy, for saying all of that. It means a lot.
Yeah, I think we would be remiss if we didn't thank the delegation, especially Rep. Gonzalez, who was Vice Chair of Appropriations, who I think had the vast majority of those items that were wins for El Paso County in the House budget. and did so much work to keep those things in throughout the session and during the conference as well. Just amazing work, and yeah, it was a good session for the Cancer Center. I think that's great. We're gonna, now that we have the bond money for the Cancer Center, we have I think the rest of the funds that we need for that project to be able to finally come to fruition. I think for a while there we were scared that we might not get the money for the psych center, for the psych hospital, but that ended up coming to fruition as well. So lots of good wins for our county and for our community. So kudos to our delegation.
And just to follow up on that, I think it would be nice if we sent them a thank you letter officially thanking them for all of their hard work on behalf of El Paso County and all of the residents of El Paso. So if possible, could we do that? Could we send them a thank you letter?
Absolutely. You can also take action and I'll draft the letter.
Okay,
And
well,
yeah.
yeah, I'd like to move that we send a thank you letter to our delegation for all of their efforts this legislative session.
Yeah, and at the El Paso Days, they were so complimentary to our delegation. I was just so proud to hear people from other communities, from different levels, acknowledging the focus of our delegation, our senator and representatives working together. It was just a constant that made us feel really proud to be able to do that, to hear that. So, thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Olguin to send a letter to the delegation, a second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open.
And
Motion
finally,
carries.
Commissioner Stout, thank you for your contributions and testimonials and your participation. We feel very comfortable when you're there because you clearly understand the process, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we'd like to go ahead and move to item 13 from Public Works. Item 13A, receive a presentation from the Planning and Development Department regarding the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Solar for All grant program, including an overview of the City of El Paso's planned implementation and the designation of the city's Sustainability Department as the lead recipient of the Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute administered grant.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Monserrat Siraj with the Planning and Development Department. I'm accompanied with Ms. Denise Rodriguez, my colleague, and also Michael McElroy and our fearless leader, Ms. Palacios over there in the back. Just give you a quick history on this presentation before we go into presentation. Back on September 11, 2023, item 12, presentation was Christian Martinez, Mr. Martinez presented to the court the grant opportunity from the Environmental Protection Agency about the Solar for All program. And after the presentation, the court directed staff to go ahead and proceed with submitting 2 applications, one with the city and with the Harris County through TIPRI. So that's the quick background on this one. I'm going to go ahead and turn it to Ms. Denise to go over the whole thing with you guys. Thank you. I apologize for that. I forgot to introduce or acknowledge 2 city staff members, Fernando and Omar Martinez over here. And
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Denise Rodriguez with the Planning and Development Department, Utility Infrastructure Division. And I'm here to present the Solar for All grant and its implementation through a county-city partnership. I'd like to highlight that this effort aligns directly with the county strategic goal number 5, which is to promote regional collaboration. And the program also falls under the strategic goal 4, which is to enhance green infrastructure. Again, joining me today is Fernando Berjano, which Senior Program Manager with the City of El Paso. We have Omar Martinez, Assistant Director of Legislative Affairs with the City Manager's Office. And online, we have Dr. Kathy Jack with the Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute. And they are here to support the presentation as well as to address any questions you may have.
The Solar for All Coalition was formed to address the energy inequity amongst Texans, low-income Texans, by providing access to solar energy, reducing utility bills, and developing workforce development. The coalition is led by the Harris County, and they have members which includes Dallas County, cities of San Antonio, Waco, and Austin, as well as TEPRI and other energy, clean energy advocates. Harris County was awarded $49.7 million in July of 2024 under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And this is to support solar and energy storage for low-income households. TEPRI, which is one of the coalition members, is a subawardee of under Harris County lead. TEPRI plays a central role in administering the grant for the Solar for All program, and they are a sub-recipient of Harris County. They were awarded over $21 million to support the Solar for All grant, which a little bit over $6 million is allocated to support the County of El Paso. TEPRI is responsible for providing technical assistance and the program oversight, and TEPRI will issue subawards to El Paso, Laredo, and Brownsville. The core goal of the program is to provide no-cost solar installations for low-income households, both in urban and rural disadvantaged communities. The program is projected to result in a 20% reduction in utility bills, training for 20 interns in green energy bills, engaging 1,500 community members, and an annual emissions reduction of over 2,100 tons of carbon dioxide. Here we're looking at the program scope and budget. We aim to serve 440 households, energy savings of $300 plus per household per year, and overall solar installation of 1.5 megawatts in capacity. The budget dedicates 76% or $4.5 million towards direct financial assistance for the solar installations, and the remaining funds support workforce development, outreach, and administration. The City of El Paso will manage the program. They will oversee implementation through a third-party program management. Their sustainability department will lead staffing, partnerships, and overall delivery. The key partners in this effort will be TEPRI, the City of El Paso Office of Climate and Sustainability, nonprofits, CBOs, and of course, El Paso County. Given the scale of this initiative, the city and the county agreed that the city is best suited to lead as TEPRI's subrecipient. This decision was also grounded on our interlocal agreement for climate and sustainability assistance and cooperation. The city staff will present this item to their council on June 8th to formally confirm the city's role, while the county will remain as a key partner, collaborating, ensuring that unincorporated areas of El Paso are benefited and represented in the program. The next immediate steps to include are to finalize the agreement between the City of El Paso and TEPRI, initiate the program, design infrastructure of the program, refine community engagement and workforce development strategies, and the program is set to be launched in October 2025. The program is a 5-year program concluding in August of 2029. In conclusion, the Solar for All program provides an important opportunity to deliver economic relief, environmental benefits, and workforce development. This partnership underscores how regional collaboration can deliver transformative impact for residents most in need of our support. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions and also invite my colleagues from the city and TEPRI if they have any comments.
I had a question, and maybe this is something that Omar could answer. So the 440 households that we hope to help install solar, how are those going to be, is it going to be an application process? What is that going to look like?
Hi, good morning. Fernando Liaño with the City of El Paso.
Good morning.
So there is going to be an application process. The installations are going to be for single family and multifamily. The requirement to define who is eligible or not, the financial is 80% AMI. So that's going to be the threshold.
Okay. And what kind of outreach do we have in mind that's going to be done to try to make sure that people know that this program is out there and are taking advantage of it?
Yes, so we're going to engage probably through a sub-award agreement as well with local nonprofits, and we're working on directly with TEPRI to define who's going to help us to the management of the outreach and the technical components. So it's going to be through, most likely, still to be defined, through nonprofits in the region.
Okay. And for the outlying areas of the county, can the county be involved with the identification of some of those nonprofits? I mean, we've found that when it comes to make sure that we're getting information distributed to the community, there's several nonprofits that we work very closely with, and that's always seemed to be very, very successful. So I'm saying we, the county, but particularly my office, would like to be very involved in the identification of those nonprofits in the far East El Paso area, if
Yeah,
possible.
that'd be very helpful. Yeah, we work with Denise and the team on that, so
Okay.
yeah, thank you for that.
Great, thanks.
Kathy, were you going to say something? I see you on the screen.
Hello, thank you so much, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. I'm really just here to take any questions that Denise or Fernando can't answer. I'm just really pleased to have the opportunity to partner with the county and the city on this effort. So if there's anything, they're very familiar with the plan, but if there's anything that they need me to pipe in about, I'll leave it to them.
Thank you. Betsy, any additional comments from you?
I just think this is a really exciting opportunity to extend to our community, and it's part of, well, we've focused a lot on our own internal efforts to be more environmental. This gives us an opportunity to extend those efforts to the community to participate. It also is a great partnership amongst all the communities that are part of this application. I know when I see my counterparts from Harris County and Dallas County, they talk about how excited they are just even to be able to partner together, to be able to draw down these funds, and to be able to do this for all of our communities.
I wanted to dovetail off that. I think it's important again to recognize our participation, the county's participation in organizations like the Texas Conference of Urban Counties and NACO, because it was conversations with Harris County and Dallas County that we had as a result of those memberships and those meetings that got us involved in this.
Omar, did you want to say a few words?
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Omar Martinez with the City of El Paso. Commissioner Stout actually beat me to the punch. I was actually going to give credit where credit is due. It's a conversation between Commissioner Stout and commissioners in Harris County that all of this is a possibility. So thank you very much, sir, for your leadership, and we'll be sure to continue to keep your office involved as the project moves forward.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Judge, Commissioner?
No. Very exciting.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your work. Thank you, Monsieur.
We'd like to go back to item 10 from purchasing. Item 10A, approve and authorize the award of RFP 25-002 fixed route ADA paratransit and dial-a-ride transit services for El Paso County, Texas, to the highest scoring firm, First Transit, Inc., doing business as Transdev Services of Lombard, Illinois. Purchasing approved on April 13, 2025. Funds are available in SG, G Rural F24 operating expenses, and SG, G Start AS 23 operating expenses.
Good morning, Karen. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. We've introduced this once before, but I think we're ready today to ask for your approval and authorization to award the RFP for fixed routes, ADA paratransit, and dial-a-ride services. It is going to go, based on this recommendation, to the highest scoring firm, First Transit Transdev. And we have gone through the process of presenting this to the ETA board, and they've gone through the analyzation, and they are recommending as well to award this RFP. But I have Mr. Jose Landeros with us that can answer any operational questions that you might have, and certainly answer any procurement questions that you might have.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, seconded by Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11, Auditor. 11A, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.025, 114.024, and 114.026, accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended April 2025. The interim financial report is located on the internet at http://www.epcounty.tx.gov/auditor/publications/monthlyreports.htm.
Hey, Barbara, welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm sorry she has to read all of that out every time. Today's presentation is on the April 2024 interim financial report. This is the condensed financial report that was published in the Sunday newspaper. These are our revenues that are summarized by fund type. The general fund had approximately $13 million collected in the month of April. The total year-to-date property taxes collected as of April 2025 increased by $10 million compared to fiscal year 24. Property taxes in the general fund increased by $7.3 million in total. The year-to-date general fund revenues compared to the same period last fiscal year are shown on this table, and the total revenue collections have decreased compared to the same period in prior year's collections. The top areas increasing are property taxes, an increase of $7.3 million, sales and use tax, an increase of $1.4 million, fines and forfeits, an increase of $615,000. Top areas decreasing are sales and use state motor vehicle tax. It's a decrease of $7.5 million. This is a timing error. In 2024, this item was received in March. The county tax assessor's collector's office received it at the end of May, so the county itself hasn't received it yet, but we should see that corrected next month. Interest decreased by $2.6 million due to lower investable balances and lower rates. Charges for services decreased by $2 million. There's a $2.1 million decrease due to the federal prisoners compared to last year. The average federal prisoner beds decreased from 220 to 132. However, there has been a steady increase throughout this year, and starting off the year, we were at 70 beds, and now in April, it's an average of 235. The other financing sources decreased by $1.6 million. $2.5 million was due to the FY24 $2.5 million health and life transfer that was made. Intergovernmental decreased by $793,000. There was a $1.4 million decrease due to the FEMA reimbursements we received last year, and there have been no reimbursements in 2025. There's also been a $325,000 decrease in the MHMR county attorney reimbursements, and there's no reimbursements in '25. This is an overview of actual revenue compared to budget. As of March 2025, 58.3% of the budget has expired, the fiscal year has expired. So far this year, general fund has collected 82.5% of the budgeted revenues. This analysis excludes the $83 million that was designated for fund balance reserves.
Barbara, before you leave that slide.
Yes, ma'am.
The sales and use tax, we're at 51.4%, but we're at 58% of the year has lapsed. Is that a timing issue, or are we that behind budget?
There is a timing issue because at the end of the year, because of when we receive those payments, there's always a 2-month catch-up in September for the last month of the year. So there is a timing on that.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a 1-month lag on when we recognize the revenues. Year-to-date, taxes comprise 93% of the revenues received. 84.6 of those were property taxes. And this slide gives us the 3-year trend for the actual revenues received, as well as the 2 largest areas. So the total revenues are the lines that you see on the chart, and you can see that those are getting closer to each other as the year progresses. The 2 largest revenue types are the bar groupings. For each year, you can see the budget to actual for property taxes and sales taxes. As a percentage of budget, the current year's general fund total revenue collections increased by 0.5% compared to last year and is 5.6% greater compared to fiscal year 2023. These are the 4 industries that are the largest categories for sales tax revenues received. Retail trade decreased by 6.3% compared to FY24. Accommodations for food services increased by 1.4%. Wholesale trade decreased by 1.8%, and information increased by 26.5%. This slide shows all of the expenditures for the county by fund type. For the month of April, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $35.5 million and a year-to-date total of $214.1 million. For general fund, this chart gives us a picture of the budget as a whole and breaks down expenditures by function of government. 47% of the budget has been expended, and of that, public safety accounted for 42.5%, general government 27.9%, administration of justice 23.6%, and other functions were 6%. The total general fund expenditures by function are shown on this slide as opposed to categories that were on the last slide. The percentage of the year expired is 58.3%. The percentage of budget expended is 47.4%, and the functions closest to the 58.3% are public safety, health and welfare, administration of justice. The revised budget in general government does not include the $20.5 million or $20.6 million that's designated for unforeseen emergencies. General fund expenditures of April, categorized by personnel, operating, capital outlay, and transfers out, show that we have decreased compared to the prior year. We decreased in capital outlay and transfers out and had increases in personnel and operating for an overall decrease of 4.3%. The personnel increases are primarily due to public safety in the amount of $5.7 million as a result of increases in the Sheriff's Department. Administration of Justice increased $753,000, and general government decreased by $834,000, primarily due to the ARPA transfers that were done for ITD, county operations, and county administration salaries. Operating increases are primarily due to administration of justice. This is due to indigent defense and capital murder costs. General government increased by $653,000 due to information technology, and that increase was offset by decreases in general government and non-departmental, elections, and public works non-departmental. Capital outlay decrease is primarily due to general government, public works. It's no change from the prior month where we reported the revised budget is $1.4 million less than last year, and we've had no expenses this year. Transfers out decreased by $13.5 million. This is a difference from last month. It's primarily due to the decrease in the CIP transfer out. Last year it was $12.3 million, and this year it was only $1 million. This slide shows us the general fund changes by government function in comparison with the same period in the previous year. The top areas of change are general government, which decreased by 17 million or 22%. Public safety increased by 5.6 million, 6.5%. Administration of justice, 1.8 million, 3.7%. And the resource development increased by 651,000 or 87.9%. The large percentage in government, general government, once again, is due to the transfers out for the CIP. Now everyone's favorite slide. Our fund balance. The FY24 projections are pretty firm. We're almost through with the audit. We're hoping to be done by the end of this month. Projections continue to be updated if the auditors find anything, but we think they're stable. They currently include general fund revenues of $396 million and expenditures of $397.9 million, with a projected general fund balance of approximately $96.2 million. And this will leave an uncommitted fund balance as a percentage of general fund budget of 10.82%. The fiscal year 25 projected fund balance is based on projected revenues, and differences from last month include $1.6 million in additional revenue projected for federal prisoners based on recent trends, $1.3 million for reimbursement of salaries from contracts, and $1 million for the Disabled Veterans Exemption Relief Fund that we received. Expenditures are projected to be $416.9 million, and these are based on trends with expenditures and adjustments that have been recommended by the Budget and Finance Department. Combined with the updated FY24 fund balance, this results in a projected fiscal year 25 fund balance of $72.8 million at this point in time. Once again, years after 2025 are based on a 2% increase in property values and expense increases of 5%. This is the table of contents for the full report that's on the internet. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So the fiscal year 2024, that figure is probably pretty close to final?
Yes.
Okay.
We're very comfortable with that figure. The auditors are almost finished reviewing all of the financial tables. They still have the notes to look at, but I think we're good with the numbers that we have.
And that seems to me much better than we were expecting.
It is better, but remember at the end of each year, there's accounting entries that we have to make. And so those accounting entries depend upon our subidas and leases and how we have to account for those. And those we really can't project ahead of time.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay. We have a motion to accept by Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Judge, your vote?
Judge?
Yes. No.
Motion carries.
Judge, before we break, could we please do item 12A? I think it would be very quick.
Sure.
Item 12 from Human Resources, 12A. Approve and authorize the update to the El Paso County's Healthy Lifestyle Reimbursement Program policy. Funds are available in IS, health, dental claims.
Good afternoon. I know it still feels like the morning. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. The purpose of today's agenda item is to seek Commissioners Court approval on the updates made to the Healthy Lifestyle Reimbursement Program policy. I would like to note that we presented these updates to the RISPO Board during their regular meeting on May 21st, 2025, and they recommended to approve the updates made to this policy. Presenting on those updates is our Wellness Coordinator, Senior Sabian Solis, so I'll go ahead and hand it over to him.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Sabian Solis, Wellness Coordinator Senior with the Human Resources Department. I'm excited to share important updates to our Healthy Lifestyle Reimbursement Program, enhancements that reflect the county's continued commitment to promoting the health and well-being of our county employees. This program is designed to incentivize employees who are enrolled in one of the county's medical plans to maintain an active lifestyle by offering financial reimbursement for gym memberships at qualifying fitness facilities. Let me begin with a brief overview. Eligible employees may apply for reimbursement by providing 4 key items: a copy of the gym membership contract, time and date specific attendance records corresponding to the application period, proof of payment, and verification of active enrollment in the county's medical plan. Employees can apply under a 6-month or 12-month period, and they must meet minimum required number of visits each month during that time. We're pleased to announce that we've increased the reimbursement amount. Employees may now receive up to $100 every 6 months or $200 annually, an improvement from the previous maximums of $90 and $180 respectively. This adjustment supports the long-term wellness goals and encourages employees to make consistent well-being choices. In addition, we've updated the participation requirements to encourage more meaningful engagement. To qualify, employees must now attend their fitness facility at least 12 times per month, up from the previous requirement of 8 visits, which is 1 additional visit per week. We've also removed full-time employee language and updated it to read enrolled in a county medical plan, as now part-time regular employees are eligible for medical benefits. Another important change involves the application process. Previously, reimbursements were submitted through our wellness portal, Navigate. However, following our transition to a new carrier, we no longer have access to that platform. In response, we've implemented a new Smart Sheets-based submission process created in-house by our staff. This ensures a smooth and secure way for employees to submit their applications. In 2024, we processed over $4,000 in reimbursements from a total of 40 applications, and we're looking forward to future growth. Thank you all, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Increase in benefits for our folks.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Olguin. Do we have a second? Second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Sam.
Judge, would you like to go ahead and recess at this time? Recess? Yes, okay. Commissioners Court will now recess for 1 hour. It is 12:05 p.m.
We have it at 1. After 1, we told them.
Do you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes, all right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know, show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What, Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love that. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know what? Especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights. Beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like to make noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. You crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this, when we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those GO bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say. The park was completed in 1940. Featured a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it, but Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world if you think about it.
Have some fun.
Leonardo is an outdoor enthusiast, and the hiking bike trail that's right at the entrance to Escalante Park is his new favorite spot.
We'll just bike along this trail, sometimes go along the park.
The Playa Drain Trail is a unique trail stretching almost 7 picturesque miles from Escalante Park all the way to Campestrano Park in the Lower Valley.
It's part of this linear park program that the county and the city and the Paso Norte Health Foundation have been working on.
Commissioner David Stout says the trail is only a small part of a much bigger project, a 75-mile countywide trail to be exact.
The idea is to build a linear park or hike and bike trail that spans basically from the border with Doñana County in New Mexico to the border with Hudspeth County on the eastern side of El Paso County.
The Paso del Norte Trail, which broke ground in 2018, aimed at developing a county-wide trail, is now promoting healthy living for community members.
When it's like not so sunny, we'll come here to like just go on the bikes.
While the project isn't complete, the trails that are open are methodically being connected. Pieces of tranquil trails connecting neighborhoods throughout county, something Stout says is very important for the community.
You know, the more opportunities that people have, I think the healthier our community is going to be.
Leonardo agrees. The winding trails not only stitching the county together, but bringing his family closer as well.
Because it makes a stronger bond rather than just being there at home.
Joining us now is Tim Fulton, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tim, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know, and Tim, we kind of talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and that was, you know, our viewers, our audience are very invested in Ascarate. They were asking about the lake, when we're cleaning that, but most importantly, they were talking about golf courses here. Talk a little bit about the maintenance of it.
Sure. Well, it's a lot of maintenance. As everyone knows, I mean, it takes a lot of water to keep a golf course green, and that's our expectation. But recently we hired a new golf course superintendent, Brad Weiss, and Brad's come in with tons of experience. I mean, lots and lots of years of experience. And one of the things Brad is doing, he's really trying to get our greens up to primo condition. We also are looking at our fairways. We've required some different maintenance. Our fairways had lots of weeds, so we want to address that. The other thing we're looking at, how do we manage our water? So some of the things we're doing is we're applying product to our fairways, our greens, which will help the soil absorb that water and hold it in better, so that we hopefully are going to reduce the amount of water we're using on our courses and cut our costs down more. And at the same time, improve that maintenance.
Certainly a lot to manage a golf course in the middle of the desert. Also a lot to manage. You guys have had a great response, it seems like, from your youth leagues and playing kids playing sports here at Ascarate Park, but in turn, also a lot of wear and tear on some of those youth league fields.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see because over and over we hear how much time our kids spend in front of our screens. But let me tell you, the kiddos out at our sports park, they're out there interacting with each other, they're learning baseball, and I mean that's from ages 4 and under all the way up to our 12, almost 13-year-olds. And the growth is tremendous. Last year for our summer league, which is usually our shorter league, we were at 150. I think we're going to hit 250 teams. That's not players, teams. So we're busting at the seams at the sports park. We're trying to accommodate this growth. And it's a big challenge. The other thing we're doing, we got kudos about how well we maintain our sports park, but they want to see our fields here in Ascarate at that same level. So Ben Valles, who's our maintenance manager, his team and him are working to improve our diamond fields, and I think if you take a drive around, you see they're looking better and better this season. Also, our focus this year is going to be on our flat fields. We've got soccer programs. We got an incredibly large youth tackle and touch football program that a private organization runs here in the park. And any given Saturday morning, the park is just hopping with lots of activity.
Do you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes. All right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know. Show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What, Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love it. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know what? Especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights. Beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like to
They're right
make
here.
noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. That's you crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this. When we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those GO bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say.
The park was completed in 1940. Featured a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it, but Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world if you think about it.
Nature, have some fun.
Leonardo is an outdoor enthusiast, and the hiking bike trail that's right at the entrance to Escalante Park is his new favorite spot.
We'll just bike along this trail, sometimes go along the park.
The Playa Drain Trail is a unique trail stretching almost 7 picturesque miles from Escalante Park all the way to Campestrano Park in the Lower Valley.
It's part of this linear park program that the county and the city and the Paso Norte Health Foundation have been working on.
Commissioner David Stout says the trail is only a small part of a much bigger project, a 75-mile countywide trail to be exact.
The idea is to build a linear park or hike and bike trail that spans basically from the border with Doña Ana County in New Mexico to the border with Hudspeth County on the eastern side of El Paso County.
The Paso del Norte Trail, which broke ground in 2018, aimed at developing a county-wide trail, is now promoting healthy living for community members.
When it's like not so sunny, we'll come here to like just go on the bikes.
While the project isn't complete, the trails that are open are methodically being connected. Pieces of tranquil trails connecting neighborhoods throughout county, something Stout says is very important for the community.
You know, the more opportunities that people have, I think the healthier our community is going to be.
Leonardo agrees. The winding trails not only stitching the county together, but bringing his family closer as well.
Because it makes a stronger bond rather than just being there at home.
Joining us now is Tim Fulton, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tim, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, and Tim, we kind of talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and that was, you know, our viewers, our audience are very invested in Azcárate. They were asking about the lake, when we're cleaning that, but most importantly, they were talking about golf courses here. Talk a little bit about the maintenance of it.
Sure. Well, it's a lot of maintenance. As everyone knows, I mean, it takes a lot of water to keep a golf course green, and that's our expectation. But recently we hired a new golf course superintendent, Brad Weiss, and Brad's come in with tons of experience. I mean, lots and lots of years of experience. And one of the things Brad is doing, he's really trying to get our greens up to primo condition. We also are looking at our fairways. We've required some different maintenance. Our fairways had lots of weeds, so we want to address that. The other thing we're looking at, how do we manage our water? So some of the things we're doing is we're applying product to our fairways, our greens, which will help the soil absorb that water and hold it in better so that we hopefully are going to reduce the amount of water we're using on our courses and cut our costs down more. And at the same time, improve that maintenance.
Certainly a lot to manage a golf course in the middle of the desert. Also a lot to manage. You guys have had a great response, it seems like, from your youth leagues and playing kids playing sports here at Azcárate Park, but in turn, also a lot of wear and tear on some of those youth league fields.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see because over and over we hear how much time our kids spend in front of our screens. But let me tell you, the kiddos out at our sports park, they're out there interacting with each other. They're learning baseball. And I mean, that's from ages 4 and under all the way up to our 12, almost 13-year-olds. And the growth is tremendous. Last year for our summer league, which is usually our shorter league, we were at 150. I think we're going to hit 250 teams. That's not players, teams. So we're busting at the seams at the sports park. We're trying to accommodate this growth. And it's a big challenge. The other thing we're doing, we got kudos about how well we maintain our sports park, but they want to see our fields here in Azcárate at that same level. So Ben Valles, who's our maintenance manager, his team and him are working to improve our diamond fields, and I think if you take a drive around, you see they're looking better and better this season. Also, our focus this year is going to be on our flat fields. We've got soccer programs. We've got an incredibly large youth tackle and touch football program that a private organization runs here in the park. And any given Saturday morning, the park is just hopping with lots of activity.
you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes. All right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know, show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What, Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love it. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights, beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like to
They're right
make
here.
noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. That's, you crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this. When we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those go bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say.
The park was completed in 1940. Featured a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it, but Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world if you think about it.
Have some fun.
Leonardo is an outdoor enthusiast, and the hiking bike trail that's right at the entrance to Escalante Park is his new favorite spot.
We'll just bike along this trail, sometimes go along the park.
The Playa Drain Trail is a unique trail stretching almost 7 picturesque miles from Escalante Park all the way to Campestrano Park in the Lower Valley.
It's part of this linear park program that the county and the city and the Paso Norte Health Foundation have been working on.
Commissioner David Stout says the trail is only a small part of a much bigger project, a 75-mile countywide trail to be exact.
The idea is to build a linear park or hike and bike trail that spans basically from the border with Doña Ana County in New Mexico to the border with Hudspeth County on the eastern side of El Paso County.
The Paso del Norte Trail, which broke ground in 2018, aimed at developing a county-wide trail, is now promoting healthy living for community members.
When it's like not so sunny, we'll come here to like just go on the bikes.
While the project isn't complete, the trails that are open are methodically being connected. Pieces of tranquil trails connecting neighborhoods throughout county, something Stout says is very important for the community.
You know, the more opportunities that people have, I think the healthier our community is going to be.
Leonardo agrees. The winding trails not only stitching the county together, but bringing his family closer as well.
Because it makes a stronger bond rather than just being there at home.
Joining us now is Tim Fulton, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tim, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, and Tim, we kind of talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and that was, you know, our viewers, our audience are very invested in Ascarate. They were asking about the lake, when we're cleaning that, but most importantly, they were talking about golf courses here. Talk a little bit about the maintenance of it.
Sure. Well, it's a lot of maintenance. As everyone knows, I mean, it takes a lot of water to keep a golf course green, and that's our expectation. But recently we hired a new golf course superintendent, Brad Weiss, and Brad's come in with tons of experience. I mean, lots and lots of years of experience. And one of the things Brad is doing, he's really trying to get our greens up to primo condition. We also are looking at our fairways. We've required some different maintenance. Our fairways had lots of weeds, so we want to address that. The other thing we're looking at, how do we manage our water? So some of the things we're doing is we're applying product to our fairways, our greens, which will help the soil absorb that water and hold it in better so that we hopefully are going to reduce the amount of water we're using on our courses and cut our costs down more. And at the same time, improve that maintenance.
Certainly a lot to manage a golf course in the middle of the desert. Also a lot to manage. You guys have had a great response, it seems like, from your youth leagues and playing kids playing sports here at Ascarate Park, but in turn, also a lot of wear and tear on some of those youth league fields.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see because over and over we hear how much time our kids spend in front of our screens. But let me tell you, the kiddos out at our sports park, they're out there interacting with each other, they're learning baseball, and I mean that's from ages 4 and under all the way up to our 12, almost 13-year-olds. And the growth is tremendous. Last year for our summer league, which is usually our shorter league, we were at 150. I think we're going to hit 250 teams. That's not players, teams. So we're busting at the seams at the sports park. We're trying to accommodate this growth. And it's a big challenge. The other thing we're doing, we got kudos about how well we maintain our sports park, but they want to see our fields here in Ascarate at that same level. So Ben Valles, who's our maintenance manager, his team and him are working to improve our diamond fields, and I think if you take a drive around, you see they're looking better and better this season. Also, our focus this year is going to be on our flat fields. We've got soccer programs. We've got an incredibly large youth tackle and touch football program that a private organization runs here in the park. And any given Saturday morning, the park is just hopping with lots of activity.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We are on item 7 from the regular agenda. 7A, receive a presentation from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas.
Very good. Thank you. May I start? Very good. Well, good afternoon, and want to thank the Commissioners Court for inviting us to present a brief economic update on the Texas economy in El Paso. But before I begin my presentation, I would like to maybe just say a few a summary of the roles and responsibilities that the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas carries for our district. As you may know, we are one of 12 regional banks across the country, and with the Reserve Banks and the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., we make the Federal Reserve System. We provide and perform, we're the nation's central bank, and we perform 5 main responsibilities on behalf of the public. First, we supervise banks to ensure that they are safe and sound. Second, we promote the stability of the financial system as a whole. Third, we operate parts of the payment system. So if you are carrying bills and coins in your wallets or purses, at some point in time, they'll go through our office downtown El Paso. Fourth, we promote consumer protection and community development. And of course, fifth, which is the responsibility we're known the most for, we carry out monetary policy to pursue 2 goals established to us by Congress, which is maximum employment and stable prices. Relative to other public institutions, the Federal Reserve has 2 aspects which makes us very unique. One is we are not a centralized organization, but rather a federated system with deep local roots across the communities across the country. And then also monetary policy responsibilities. The way we operate, we're an independent central bank, and we believe that's how we can deliver based on our mission and our mandate, and we remain accountable to the public through elected officials. The Dallas Fed, we have responsibilities for Texas, the northern part of Louisiana, and the southern part of New Mexico, and we have 3 branch offices in addition to our head office in Dallas, but one of those branch offices is here in El Paso, just half a mile from this court. So with that, the views that I'm about to express only reflect my views, and they don't reflect the views of the Dallas Fed or the Federal Reserve System. And the purpose of today's my presentation is to give you a quick economic update. I'm going to be predominantly basing this at the state level, but I'm going to be honing in some pockets of the presentation into El Paso. Given the ongoing evolution, I thought it was important to have a perspective of how the state's economy is doing, and ultimately that's going to have significant implications for El Paso. Payroll employment, when we looked at the labor market in Texas, we've seen that it's been very robust thus far this year. We have data through April. However, when we looked into more sentiment-based indicators, we do a lot of surveys from business leaders from across our district, and those surveys suggest that economic activity may be slowing down as we speak. There's a lot of uncertainty given the policy changes that our country is likely to experience. There's 4 policy fronts that we're tracking closely. Of course, there's trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy, and all of those may have different economic impacts. And so that's something we're closely watching. And of course, for us in Texas, tariff policy and immigration policy are very important because they're going to drive or could potentially have significant implications for the economy. In this chart, you'll see that Texas typically grows faster than the country. Texas grows at about 2% per year, while the U.S. is about just north of 1%. And we see that so far data through April, we've actually accelerated growth in Texas. Last year, we grew below 2%. And right now, we are growing thus far through April at a 2.6%, which is pretty remarkable growth. Growth in the labor market is broad-based. When you looked at the different sectors, you see that pretty much every sector is adding jobs. Thus far this year in 25, the energy sector and the construction sector are the ones who are growing the fastest in the state of Texas. We always compare the hard numbers in the labor market with what our surveys are indicating. And like I mentioned at the beginning, our surveys are indicating the sentiment is that perhaps the economy may be slowing down. And so this is something that we're watching to see if we're going to see a slowdown in the labor growth in the market, labor market, in the state of Texas in the next coming months. Most of the firms are telling us that they're in wait-and-see posture at the moment, and so we believe that if that continues, that might impact their hiring practices, and therefore it's going to start showing up in the labor market data, perhaps later in the year. I have a couple of charts where I compare labor markets in different metros. I think the story is that so far in 25, most metro areas in the state have seen a pickup in growth in the jobs that they are producing or generating their economies. And in here, I'm comparing El Paso to peer border cities, and you can see El Paso, it's growing at about 2.4% thus far this year. In fact, actually, last year, El Paso grew faster than the state of Texas. So El Paso had a pretty solid year as far as job growth in 24 and accelerated in 25. We can dissect the labor market dynamics in El Paso by sector, and the story is very similar, meaning that for the most part, most of the sectors in the economy are adding jobs at a decent pace, and therefore, the labor market as a whole is growing at about 2.4%. El Paso historically grows at about 1.5%, just in the middle point between Texas and the U.S. Looking at the unemployment rate, the unemployment rate has pretty much been moving sideways. The last two readings that we have for El Paso have ticked up a little bit, but still pretty low levels by historical standards. The one thing I'll mention is that when you looked into broader measures of unemployment rate, the so-called U6 that economists tend to look at, and that is basically includes also individuals who are, those marginally attached to the labor force, and those that are working part-time for economic reasons but would like to work full-time. You see those broader measures of unemployment. We only have them for the state level. At the national level, you see them over the last number of months gradually moving up, and that's something that we're watching because that could have implications for the labor market and for many individuals in our communities. Texas, as you may know, has been a magnet of people and businesses, and we've seen lots of domestic and international migration into Texas. And in here, you see the net number of migrants coming into Texas. You would see that before the pandemic, about 2/3 of the people moving into Texas came from within the U.S., domestic migration, predominantly from the coastal areas and also from the Midwest, from Chicago, New York, the East Coast, and of course, California. About 2/3 of those were domestic migrants, and about 1/3 were international. In 22 to 24, not only did we see a significant jump in the number of people moving into Texas, but the ratio flipped. In the last 3 years, about 2/3 of the people moving into Texas have been coming from abroad, and about 1/3 coming from within the U.S. And so that's not only it's a significant change in the number of people moving, but it's a different composition of the folks coming into the state of Texas. As I mentioned to you, we conduct a number of surveys with business leaders. And in February of 24, we asked all of those who fill our surveys, what percentage of you do you think you're going to be leveraging domestic migrants? And that has stayed about 30% from 24 to 25. But what has changed is the appetite by business owners and operators in Texas to really leverage that significant flow of international migrants coming into Texas. And the percentage of businesses that are thinking of leveraging international labor force that coming into Texas has jumped about 9 percentage points from 24 to 25. And this is something that is significant and worthwhile mentioning. Looking more into business activity, like I said, we have surveys. In here, I'm showing you in orange is the manufacturing survey, and in black is the services sector. And this is just the broad indicator for each of the manufacturing and business services. And you can see that the economy in Texas has signs of slowing down in the last few readings. We are particularly paying close attention to the service sector. And that is because Texas is predominantly service-oriented, so this could be a leading indicator as to where we might see the economy down the line. This is looking at forward-looking sentiment. And again, when we ask business leaders, so what's the outlook that you see for your business and for your sector? And you can see that they are, indicating that they are not as, their outlook is deteriorating and has been deteriorating for now 2 or 3 readings. Uncertainty, this is something that we hear often from our contacts. And here you see the uncertainty both in manufacturing and services, and you can see how it has really increased over the last number of readings in our surveys. And of course, for business operators, uncertainty, this is where they are going to wait and see. They're really difficult for them to make investment decisions, expansion decisions, hiring decisions. So that's why we are hearing from our contacts. I know this is something that you're closely watching is, sales tax revenue. And here we're just showing growth rates for both Texas and El Paso. And you can see in the last few readings, we've seen a slowdown or a softening in El Paso. Still, the last reading is flat, but this is something we're watching. And of course, this is something to take a look at, it, particularly as a way of understanding how the consumer is thinking about, and making decisions locally.
Thought that for some reason we were an anomaly on the sales because, we were very strong during the pandemic and we had that increase in sales tax. But I see that we weren't that, we've pretty much followed the rest of Texas.
Correct. Yeah, what you tend to see is that in here we do a 3-month moving average because particularly the smaller the region is, the more volatility that you'll see. But once you smooth out, if you will, the series, yes, the El Paso does follow very closely the state of Texas.
The only thing, Judge, I would mention is even though during the pandemic there were certain orders you were putting in place, our sales tax actually stayed higher than the rest of the state during that time. So it seems like it was there was not the decline that the rest of the state saw during that time period, like 2019. Where you see ours go higher than the state?
Mm-hmm. And we've some of my colleagues have done research looking particularly at border communities during the pandemic, and they saw that the consumer, the household did really well along the border, and that was predominantly driven in significant ways by the transfer payments from the federal government and all the help that many of the families along the border got from COVID-related stimulus.
CARES Act and...
Pardon me?
CARES Act infusions.
Correct. And a lot of that really helped border communities weigh in and help with households to maintain consumption levels. I thought it would be important to spend some time thinking about trade policy. So we're asking, given the state of Texas is the largest exporting state in the country, and so we've been asking a lot of our contacts through our surveys, how should they are preparing for potential tariffs and what are they thinking as far as how they're going to be reacting to it. So in here, when we ask business leaders across Texas, so do you expect that higher tariffs to have an impact in your business? So we asked this question back in 2018, and about a third of the business say that yes, they did expect an impact. And today, that number jumped from 35% to about 60%. So almost 2/3 of the business contacts in our district are telling us that they do expect an impact from higher tariffs. When we ask them, so what actions, if any, are you thinking of taking in response to higher tariffs? In here, you see that the vast majority of them say they're going to be passing cost to increases to their consumers. About half of the businesses, or close to half, that they're going to be absorbing those, meaning they're going to be shrinking their margins. And then you see the rest of the different explanations from finding new suppliers and just trying to diversify their supply chain to make sure that they are not as impacted with the tariffs. But I would suspect some of those may take some time for businesses to be able to implement and put them in motion. So when we ask them, what share of tariff cost increases do you expect to pass through customers? About half of the businesses telling us that they expect to pass all or most of the increase in tariffs. And about 40%, they say it's about some. And so this is important to know that for us as the central bank, one of our mandates is price stability. So this is something we're closely tracking for obvious reasons. The other thing too that has been interesting is that we've seen that business owners in Texas feel that they have less pricing power, meaning when we ask them, so how, compared to 3 months ago, how has your firm ability to pass price increases to your customers changed? And about 40% of the businesses say it's becoming a lot harder for them to pass through. And about half of them said there's no change, and only 13% of businesses say that it's become easier to pass higher cost. So to conclude, our team at the Dallas Fed produces an annual forecast for where we think job growth is going to be, in this particular case for December 2025. And our economists are saying, and based on their modeling, that the Texas economy will grow at about 1.7% in 2025. The trend level is 2%, so this will be below trend level. Last year, as a way of reference, for 2024, Texas added jobs at about 1.4%. So we do expect Texas to continue to add jobs, but perhaps just below trend level. And before I conclude, I thought I would maybe share with you a couple of initiatives that we have at the Dallas Fed that are really aimed to be engaged in our community and support particularly workforce and educational outcomes in our community, as well as improve digital access. So the Dallas Fed will have an initiative called Advance Together. This is a multi-year grant and technical assistance opportunity that supports community and regional cross-sector partnerships that are working on improving education and employment outcomes. And in this last series that we launched, we are supporting 5 communities across Texas, and El Paso is one of them. And the partnership is called Region 19 Partnership. And they are aiming to address the shortage of industry-based certifications in El Paso Borderplex region in the middle skills sector of advanced manufacturing. According to data from the Workforce Solutions Borderplex, it's expected that over the next decade, these middle skills advanced manufacturing jobs are going to grow between 10 and 20% in our community. And so there's an entire consortium of different organizations locally that are aiming to work together to increase the pipeline of people that can get trained the certifications to be able to enjoy access to some of these jobs. So we're excited to be part of that initiative and support our community and really help people come into the labor market. The second one, of course, is digital access. I'll leave you with this statistic, and I know all of you are very familiar with this. Over 90% of today's jobs require digital skills, but approximately only a third of the workers, this is nationwide data, but a third, they don't have the foundational digital skills necessary to have these quality jobs. So it's not only about the skills, but actually access to broadband and high-speed, reliable internet. And so we've been very supportive and working closely with Borderplex Connect, and we've been doing this work for now a number of years, and we believe that's an important aspect of the work that we do in our community to support low and moderate income communities. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you an economic update, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, you touched on some great points as we're trying to get companies to come to El Paso. We also have to worry about the ability to align with what skills they need. And so that's been a huge challenge for us to, as we look forward, it could be pretty difficult for us compared to maybe some of the bigger communities like Dallas where they draw in more people and have more skills available. So we're excited about the growth and the kind of companies that are coming in, but also concerned as to how do we keep up the skill levels that are required to address some of these new companies.
Yes, and based on the research that many of my colleagues across the Federal Reserve System have conducted, Judge Samaniego, it's interesting, of course, the economic pillars and the drivers of the regional economy, the sectors that are already present, play a significant role in what the future of the local economy looks like. But what the research has also found is that the partnerships that community organizations, both private, public, non-for-profit, these cross-sectoral partnerships, if they come together, the decisions that they make together collectively has a lot of impact and could have a lot of impact on the outcomes for the local economy. And that's why we were so excited to be able to support El Paso to bring this cross-sector partnership to, in this particular case, is to address advanced manufacturing. We've done this work in other communities, and they usually start with one sector because that's where they see the greatest potential and the greatest challenge. But then once they learn how to bring those people together to the table, then they start shifting gears into other sectors. We are doing that work. We've been doing that work in Abilene, and they started manufacturing. Now they're going in construction, healthcare, and other sectors, and has paid lots of dividends for that community. So that's why I'm so excited that perhaps the community, the work we're going to be doing here locally with Region 19 is going to be significant for our community.
And we collaborate a lot. I mean, we work with Layla, obviously, and we're trying to, Borderplex, and we try to all come together, and absolutely, that's part of the strategy to address some of these concerns. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Coronel. So on the slides that you presented that show the makeup of, I guess it's folks or dependents on non-naturalized born or non-local born individuals. So we're trending to be more dependent on immigrant labor, it looks like. But we continue to see much more anti-immigrant policy. How do you think that's going to play out in the future when it comes to how we're treating foreign-born individuals and the nationalistic rhetoric and the nationalistic tone that we have taken, especially in the state of Texas? How's that going to affect our economy?
Well, I mean, the way we at the Dallas Fed looked at immigration is through the economic lens. There's only two levers that you have to grow an economy. One is you increase the workforce, the labor force, and that is usually done through population growth, and that can be done by natural growth or by bringing people into your community, and that's the lens that we take a look at. Of course, the second lever you have is productivity gains, right? If, to the extent we are better at what we do, therefore you're going to grow the economy and have better standards of living. So for Texas, migration to Texas, like I said, predominant has been domestic. That's been a phenomenal tailwind for our economy. And so if people stop coming to Texas, then instead of being a tailwind, that could become a headwind. And so that's something we're closely tracking. But I think your question goes more on the public policy and policy in general that the administration is trying to set up, and I will not comment on that because that's not my remit. So, but that's something we're tracking because the more people come, presumably the better the Texas economy will do.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking of all the different, the phenomenon of, for example, you might have someone that, they're documented, they're citizens, but they might have someone in their home that isn't. But what I've been hearing a lot is they want to stay away from the border because of that vulnerability. And so it means that people that are eligible for work might be wanting to move away from the border because for some reason, even the migration, when we had a lot of people coming into El Paso, I mean, not even 1% stayed in El Paso. And when we asked them, one of them was they just felt very vulnerable about being in the border communities. And then obviously there's bigger communities of Venezuelans, Colombians, and in other parts that draw us in. So in some way, I think the border communities are going to be impacted. Let's say things get better, but I still think we're going to miss out on the importance of migrants here in our own community. I mean, when out of so many, almost a million that came through, not even a percentage point stayed here in our community. So in the long run, as maybe policy changes, we're not going to have the accessibility to migrants that other communities might have because they've already made that move away from the border. Is there anything, any stats or anything that shows that?
Yeah, so I think, based on the context, in our context, and if I were to compile a summary of what we've heard through context and what we know through research, is that verifies what you alluded to, Judge Samaniego, that is, border communities tend not to keep a lot of those migrants. And there are two main reasons what I think that's the case. One is when it comes to international migration, say Central Americans and South Americans, they tend to go, and most migrants tend to go where there's a network already. And so if there's not a network of, family, relatives, friends in the community, it's not as attractive that if there's other communities in the interior of the country. And so that's why they tend to go to other communities. So that's one reason. It's the network that exists or does not exist in any given community. And for the border communities, the additional, I think, layer of complexity for migrants is that this is where a lot of the enforcement is. And so for them, based what we hear from our contacts is that provide services to those migrants is that it's more difficult for them to be here because just the level of, enforcement that exists in our community. And that's why they tend to move away from border communities. And El Paso is not alone. I mean, the same story would be true for other border communities in the Texas border and, for that matter, on the U.S.-Mexico border region. Mm-hmm. So those, I would summarize that's what I think most of the qualitative and quantitative information tends us to take us there.
Yeah, that's the irony. We appreciate them more than most communities, but we might not have access to them in the future. Correct. Anything else? Thank you. No? Okay.
Judge, Commissioners, go ahead, Melissa, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Judge Commissioners, Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. I just really want to thank Mr. Coronado and his staff for making the time to come out here. In years past, we would invite them just really to go over this huge economic overview that he just did today. As we go into budget, our budget team reached out and really thought this would be a really nice way to kind of segue into what is happening locally, what's happening at the state now that the legislature's coming to an end. How does this impact the finances of El Paso County, and what does this mean for us as we build your FY26 budget? So I just really want to thank Mr. Coronado and his staff for making the time to come see us
today.
We're
very fortunate to have you.
You're very welcome, and anything we can do for you, let
Thank
us know.
you.
We'll be happy to help any way we can. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item 14, Budget and Finance, Budget Hearing. Item 14A, Budget Hearing. Receive a presentation regarding various financial and budget information for consideration in the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with County Operations. This afternoon, we are following the presentation you just received. I'm turning it over to the team in just a bit, but they're going to highlight some information as it relates to what's happening in the FY25 budget, and then again, what are some of our big revenues, how are those being impacted, how do we project those being impacted, and then what does that mean for FY26? So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gabby Ferro to get us started.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Gabby Federal with the Budget and Finance Department. Today, in this slide, you can see the summary by quarter of our revenues and our expenditures. By the end of quarter 2, we had collected about 79.17% of our revenue and expensed about 39.98%. As a matter of information, by the end of quarter 2 in fiscal year 2023, we were about 39, and only focused on the expenditure part of it, we were 39.09% spent of our budget, and in fiscal year 2024, we were 41.04% spent. So you can see we're right on track on average where we should be at the end of quarter 2. Historically, in quarters 3 and 4, we see expenditures come in slightly higher than in the first 2 quarters, but close enough to where we can double our expenditure spending. However, this year we have been seeing an increase on our expenditures. Therefore, we do anticipate that quarter 3 and quarter 4 of fiscal year 25 might come in slightly higher than in prior years. And we will continue to monitor and present as these changes, as we get these updates. Our county auditor earlier today presented on the actual numbers for the month of April. Our revenue shows the same at the 12.98 million, and our expenditures here show slightly lower by 30%, but as our county auditor mentioned, our expenditures for April were 35.54. Regarding the main numbers, we do anticipate that by the time our county auditor reports on these numbers, on the final numbers of it, you are going to see them slightly higher, especially on our expenditure side, being that this number does not include the third payroll that hit this last Friday. On the slide, we show our revenue, expense, and reserve amounts. Our revenue is shown in the all green row. Our expenses are shown in the red row, and our fund balance is shown green, where our revenue was coming in higher than our expenditures, and red, where our expenditures started coming in greater than our revenue. This started in fiscal year 23, and as we heard from our county auditor as well, as we're closing off fiscal year 24, these numbers do still change. There are some adjustments that are happening. And as she presented today, we do anticipate fiscal year 24 revenue to close a little bit closer to the 396 million. The expenditures at 397 million, which will adjust our fund balance closer to the 96.2 million. As shown, starting since fiscal year 23 is when we started gradually dipping into our fund balance. And even though these amounts did come out a little bit higher than our estimated, if we do continue with our expenditure trends and do not find a new revenue source, and a new revenue source is not identified, we will continue to dip into our fund balance. This is just a graphical depiction of the table we just saw in the slide before. Now, looking into our budget registers, this slide shows our budget register, which are items that the court has already taken action on, and the restoring register. Regarding our budget register, I do want to make one note that last grant match for the Texas Department of Agricultural, that $35,000, that is actually an in-kind match. It is not a cash match. So that is something that we will be able to reduce as we compile our fiscal year 26 budget. There have been no changes to our restoring register. This is what we forewent in fiscal year 25. And we know, given our financials, that we're not going to be able to restore at the amounts shown, or probably this coming year, but we will continue to look so that we can restore in future years. These are our potential future impacts. These are items that have not come before the court, but we do anticipate will come to the court at some point. These amounts are subject to change. As we mentioned, they haven't come to the court because they're still being looked at, still being reviewed by our staff. However, as we did already start preparing our fiscal year 26 budget, some of these amounts are included already in our fiscal year 26, but not all of them. So we will continue to bring those to the court's attention as they come by. Regarding our grant match application register, this is as of the end of April. There have been no changes on this one, and these amounts have been included as the court approved for the applications to be sent out. We want to make sure that we keep these amounts in our budget so that when they do come back to the court for approval of the award, we have that amount included as well. Our potential commitments, there were no changes. Our potential commitments with alternate funding, there were no changes to this register. In this slide, we can see the summary of all of the budget registers that we have reviewed. Please keep in mind that many of these items have not and cannot be included in the fiscal year 26 budget as we're preparing it based on how our financials look at this time. And unless there are any questions for me, at this time I will turn it over to Ms. Jessica Garza. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Finance. As we think of our current position and begin to transition into FY26, this section of our presentation will focus on the overview of our major revenue sources, our current FY25 general fund allocations, and estimates leading into our FY26 budget. As you can see on this slide, 85% of our general fund revenue sources are being impacted at this time, which is a large driving force behind our need to control expenditures moving forward. You can see from this slide, 65% of our general fund budgeted registers comes from property taxes, 19% from sales and use tax, and 1% from federal prisoner revenue. And as always, budget works closely with the auditor, monitoring these three funds throughout the year. Just a quick educational slide. Sales tax in the state of Texas is at 0.0825%. We do not receive all 8.25%. We only receive 0.005%, 5 cents of that amount. And I wanted to show kind of how that is distributed here in El Paso County, just for general public purposes of understanding that sales tax revenue paid by our consumers isn't captured by one entity only in the county. As mentioned earlier today by our county auditor, we've seen significant slowing of sales tax since 2021 and 2022. This was also reiterated by the Federal Reserve presentation. From this chart, you can see it's decreased from 16%, 21 over 2020, to less than 1% growth, 2025 over 2024. Worthy of noting here that state law requires that any excess sales tax received over the prior year must be used to pay down debt. This means that that in years when collections were up, we could not use that for our general fund or for our reserve. The result is that our revenue did not increase at the same percentage as our sales tax receipt growth. As you know, the federal prisoner revenue has been declining from $20 million in FY22 to $6 million in FY24. We're beginning to see increase in this revenue trend for 25 with the current projection of $4 million, up from the budgeted amount of $2.7 million. However, given outcomes of the legislative session, this revenue source may continue to be affected, and we continue to monitor that closely. Additionally, staff is currently working with the consultant to submit an intergovernmental agreement that may increase our daily reimbursement from the current 101 per day. We hope to have that rate finalized in August or no later than November. Historically, this has been one of our top revenue sources, but given the decline you see on the screen, our team must work to adjust future budgets to offset this significant loss in revenue. Since the revenue from the federal prisoners is our third largest source of revenue, we track daily populations closely. This provides you a look at daily numbers since January and illustrates our daily numbers are slowly increasing. Once again, we watch how legislative changes may negatively affect these counts in the future. And as mentioned by our auditor, the numbers are getting they kind of hit 300 and then they bounce back into kind of the average about 260, 270 per day. This slide shows you what our total appraised values and taxable values have been for the last 5 years. This includes the update on values given by El Paso Central Appraisal District 2 weeks ago. Our next valuation update is expected here within the next week or two. The green trend line is the actual revenues collected, except for tax year 2024, which is FY25 budgeted, and tax year 2025 is estimated based on our current M&O rate. This provides you the exemption information based on the preliminary taxable values also reported by Central Appraisal District. Historically, our certified values will be 4 to 5% less than the preliminary values and 2% less than certified in October when billed. We continue to adjust these amounts as reports from El Paso Central Appraisal are provided, both on the taxable values, the exemptions, as well as protested values. This slide recaps our tax rate information that we reviewed in prior presentations. This is just another look at our M&O, our maintenance and operations tax rate, and our interest and sinking fund or debt rate. So you can see our In the light blue on top, our INS rate has remained pretty steady at about 5% or 5 cents, apologize, 5 cents of our total tax rate. We do expect this number because of the voter approved bonds that will go up this coming year to 6.5 cents. And that will also affect our M&O rate. From this chart, you can see historically our M&O rate it was lower this year than all years except for 2023. And then it was significantly lower than 2020, 2021, and 2022. This provides you a really high-level overview of how our tax rates are calculated. Our tax rates are put together jointly by our tax assessor collector's office and our county auditor's office. They work on these calculations. They're currently calculated using a formula that's provided by the Texas Comptroller based on statute. And it takes into consideration certain expenditures that we take during the year to arrive at net taxable values and to calculate the no new revenue and the voter approval rate. You can think of the formula as kind of like your income tax return, where you start out kind of like with an income, and then there's adjustments that are made to it till you get to your adjusted income, and then you get your final tax bill at that point. The methodology works very similar. It takes into consideration how much the county has spent on indigent defense, on juvenile probation activities, as well as other expenses related to public safety. The FY25 general fund on this slide is shown by program type. As you can see, public safety is our largest expense category, which includes our sheriff's department, juvenile probation and constables. Public safety is followed by the general government category, which also includes our general and administrative accounts. Our reserves make up 5% of the general fund budget. State mandated services, duties, and responsibilities continue to make up more than 50% of our budget. And given the outcome of the 89th legislative session, which ended today, there will be additional mandates that we expect to emerge. We will continue to watch the final impacts and share those budgetary impacts with the court over the course of the next few months. One of those larger impacts that Gabby shared on one of her slides is the judicial salaries, which we're expecting to impact us by as much as $1.5 million. $1.5 million.
And when we do these types of presentations, or even when we do like budget or the auditor presentations, can we just constantly have at least a couple of graphs or that show
the impacts of the legislative?
Well, I mean, just what the unfunded mandates are, what the amount is, what it's being spent on, just so it can be constantly in our face. I want it to be in the public's face all the time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that it's, I mean, it becomes common knowledge that this is what the state is forcing us to provide.
And in some ways, some of those, what we can do is we can at least have a slide that shows them. We may not have the full financial impacts yet, because it may either be pending a decision, or it may be pending a valuation.
But we
can have that running list of.
Sure. But I'd also like to see, if we can, even like an analysis over the last 10 years. Like, how much were they in 2015, and what are they in 2025?
Yes.
And because I guarantee you're going to see there's going to be a line graph, and it's going to go up like this, and I want that to be visualized.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say for the court's information, we have been working closely with the county attorneys as well, because as we derive that list, when we tell you historically 52 to 54% of your expenses are state unfunded mandates, we've been working with them to review that list, compare it against the new ledge session to make sure our list is fully inclusive of all unfunded mandates, so that number that we report to you is accurate. So we've been working on that as well.
Some of it isn't just unfunded mandates. Some of it is what they're doing is they're shifting the tax base.
Right.
So when they say we're giving a tax break, They're really not. They're shifting it to other users.
Yeah,
So
that-
like the bill that passed that gave a tax break on personal property for business,
The 125,000.
right, that just shifts your no new revenue to other property owners.
Right.
So if everything else had stayed the same and values had not changed, everyone else's taxes would go up. But they don't, but everyone locally will think that that was you all increasing their taxes. But it was truly the state increasing.
And I'd also at some point like to see if we can include in these presentations the fines and fees that we collect
We're working on.
and how much the state skims every single year, because that's, I think, another part of the story that we have to tell is, you know, if we're collecting a vehicle registration fee and we get $85 per license plate, how much are we actually keeping in our coffers and how much is the state taking from us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we have been working on trying to pull all that information together so that we can give you kind of a report that's kind of one slide-ish, because right now it comes from different places, like you mentioned, tax assessor, collector, county clerk, district clerk, each of our courts.
Right.
So we're trying to figure out how best to pull all that data into something that's a little easy to understand.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
This slide gives you an overview of the public safety and administration of justice programs. Public safety, again, made up 35% of our budget at about $156.3 million. The Sheriff's Department, jail operations, JPD, constables, as well as emergency management and ambulance services are included in this category. Administration of justice, again, is one of our core mandated services that we provide, made up 22% of our budget, $98 million. It's about what that runs out to. On this slide, you'll see culture and recreation made up 2% of our budget at $10.9 million, and resource development is $7.2 million and made up also 2% of our budget. And resource development, sometimes a little confusing title, but it includes economic development, our AgriLife Extension Office, as well as our Strategic Utilities Department, which works in planning water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. Health and welfare made up 3% of our budget at $13.4 million, and public works at $28.5 million, made up 6%. Many of these departments that you see with the low percentages actually receive a high percentage in grants, so most of the projects under public works are paid for through grants rather than from our general fund. General government made up 25% of the budget at $111.4 million. And this includes most of our elected officials here in the courthouse, commissioners, district clerk's office, county clerk, our county auditor, elections and purchasing. Again, many of those are mandated offices and services that are provided. This department also, or this category also includes the departments of county administration, community services, human resources, information, and budget and finance. The reserves made up 5% of our budget at $20.5 million. And again, at 5% was slightly lower than what our financial policy calls for. And now we get into our FY26 projection. This slide provides very preliminary estimates. The most recent fund balance estimate of $72.8 million from our county auditor, and a revenue estimate based on our current M&O rate. These amounts do not yet include reimbursements to the general fund that the auditor continues to work on, as well as adjustments from the external auditor's office. In yellow is the FY26 preliminary budget estimate and includes items already approved by the court, which Gabby provided details on earlier, as well as some of the increases that are still pending from those registers, and contractual increases that are unavoidable. As a reminder, our revenues historically increase by 2%, while our budget historically increases by 5%. Presently, we are sitting at a reserve estimate or projected reserve estimate of 3.72%. There on the right, you can see to achieve a 6% reserve goal, we would need to find an additional $10 million, and at 8%, we need to find another $19 million to hit those percentages. As we continue building our FY26 budget, besides those already discussed, here are several areas we expect will influence our budget for both revenues and expenses. As part of our process, we also look at options where we can achieve some temporary savings. No single option will provide a major savings alone. However, several options may be used together to arrive at a balanced budget. On this slide, you will see actions that the county has taken in prior years during economic downturns and hardships. However, our next slide will showcase some recommendations that may help us realign our expenditures with our revenues based on our financial position at this time. Here are some of those measures that we believe will help the county as we enter FY26. At this time, I will turn it over to our Chief Administrator, Betsy Keller, to help us wrap up this presentation.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Gabby and Melissa. So commissioners, I've been talking to you all individually about the cuts that we're going to need. We're going to be asking departments to go back to their FY26 proposed budgets and request a 5% reduction in their operating cost. This does not impact personnel. This is specifically in their operating line items. HR is also working on updating the hiring waiting period. So you saw on that slide a few slides back, our goal is to get to 10%. But to get to an 8%, it looks like we need to reduce by about $19.1 million in our budget. So to do that, the things that we used to go to cut, we cut last year. So we cut our capital last year. We cut our economic impact fund. We cut that $21 million out last year. We don't have that to cut again. As a matter of fact, our goal is to eventually restore that. But until we see some improvements in sales tax or an increase in property tax revenue, we are looking to reduce our expenses further. So to do that, we need, I think if we move towards the 8% goal, we will probably end up closer to our goal of 10%. So we're looking to try to find about $18 million in the FY26 budget. To do that, we are asking departments for 5%, and then HR will be working to bring back, they've sent me a draft today, actually over the weekend. We're working on bringing back our hiring waiting period. It's not a hard hiring freeze, but we're asking for a longer waiting period to fill vacancies. So we're updating that policy. Those are the things that can help us balance and reach towards our 10% of reserve goal. Those things will help us as we move forward. We also are working on some other policies that we have used in the past to help us again control our budget. Some of those include like not allowing departments to transfer from one line item to another unless there's a more rigorous process that shows that it's an absolute need, not a would like to do this. And so those are some of the policies we've used in the past that we'll be bringing back for your consideration to help us hit our FY26 budget. The other option is we will be going over what are already the tax impacts. As you know, voters voted for and approved a 1.5% tax increase on themselves already through our RGO bond. And so if the court does a no new revenue on the M&O, we have to find that $18 million in reduction. If the court is not going to do no new revenue, if you're going to consider somewhere between no new revenue and voter approved rate, that would help us offset that $18 million. So we'll be bringing back more information on what those tax rates look like and what they would generate. but we'll need some policy direction from the court.
So-
The 5% reduction from operations from departments will only generate somewhere between $2 to $4 million towards that 18 million. We're looking for other options now.
So last year, the tax rate was the 45 cents in total. And we reduced it to 42 this year.
Yes, sir.
With
By adopting the no new revenue.
Well, yeah, we adopted the no new revenue rate. And the reason we did that was to make room for the increase that would come about from the
3 cent.
COs in the GOs. I'm sorry, the capital, the bonds. And so even if we go to somewhere between where the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate is, we can still stay below the 45 pennies that we were at last year, and we should be okay is that an option?
If you did that, I believe so. If you did that, if you went back up to about the 45 cent tax rate, I'm really roughly, I estimate that would make up probably about 9 or 10 million of the 18 million we're trying to find.
Okay, and then we would only have to ask
We'd still ask our
So-
departments probably for 5%.
and that would be
But we're
another
going
2
through right
million.
now and scrubbing what else could we take money from.
Yeah, and it worries me too that, every year that we don't increase the minimum wage, we fall further behind and we
Yes, sir.
erase all of the work that we've done, or at least I've done, and other members of the court have done in the past to over the last 10 years or 8 years or whatever to bring that, because now the living wage in El Paso is $17 an hour,
Yes, sir.
and we're not even at 15, right?
We're at 15.
Or right at 15.
Your concern just slipping back and then.
Yeah, we're just
Right, the
undoing
ground,
everything that we-
the ground
all
you
work that-
gained.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to work on those tax rates and bring those back for a more specific discussion about what they would do and what they're looking like. But those are the things that we're about to roll out now to departments, asking for a 5% operational reduction. We actually have a meeting this Wednesday with elected officials and department heads, and preparing for a longer hiring waiting period. So right now, we have a hiring waiting period that if someone leaves, you have to wait until like you've paid out their vacation. You can't fill the position immediately. But in this particular case, we're looking at somewhere between approximately a 16-week hiring waiting period so that we can have those savings to help supplement fund balance. And that we would recommend the court consider implementing sooner rather than later, because you'll start seeing those savings towards your fund balance sooner. So departments would still be able to fill, they would just have to wait to fill.
And how does that affect productivity and level of services?
It does.
I think we have to gauge
Yes, sir.
that against political expediency as well.
It does, but you can't maintain the same, level of revenue and have your expenses increase and keep operating at the same level.
Right.
You're gonna have to bring your expenses into alignment, and you can't deliver the same level of service with less funding. So, we just wanted to make this presentation and make the court aware of what it's looking like. This is actually an improvement from what I saw last week. It was actually, I think, closer to 23 million. So we're continuing to chip away and identify increases in revenue. The only thing I would say I go back to the federal revenue. It is not something we can bank on, even with the increased negotiations, because of the bills that have passed. And I've been looking through all the bills that have passed,
There's going to be more state prisoners in our jails.
and there's even other ones besides SB 9, there's other ones that are putting more restrictions and obligations on our judiciary that will impact our jail. So there's other ones that are smaller, like specific to a crime, but those, it is going to impact our jail. So we're not always going to have the bed space. So, thank you all.
And also, maybe, can we also look at, and when is it no longer sustainable to not, to stay at the same tax rate? Like, at what point are we gonna, deplete our fund balance completely? At what point are we gonna have to start cutting positions? While we're giving raises to certain people, we're cutting other positions, all that needs to be put on the table.
Absolutely. This year, to make these cuts, I believe we're going to have to do everything we can to make these cuts. I've told the team I want to do everything we can to avoid furloughs or reductions in force. I think we can do that this year. I think we can balance this budget without having to do that. I think if things don't start picking up in growth of sales tax or property tax revenue, or we find that we're able to move detainees out of the jail more timely so that we can free up more beds, those three factors, if something doesn't change for those three factors, we will not be able to sustain. Next year, we would have to impact people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we go into executive, we'll go ahead and take the item that was pulled from consent. Item 4G, pulled by Commissioner Olguin, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the required environmental forms under the Colonia Self-Help Center Grant Program with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs for the purpose of clearing expenses incurred under the Public Services category, opinion number 8026.
I had some questions. This is the item that I pulled. I'm not sure if Irene is going to be able to join us. Okay, great. Hi, Irene. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Commissioner.
So this is a grant that I know TDHCA has expressed some concern about us being able to pull down the money and some delays in some of those expenditures. So and we have a meeting coming up with them at the end of this week. But I just wanted to make sure I understood a little bit of the timeline, Irene. So I know I'm looking at the document. Oh, I guess my first question is this document. I'm not sure if this is the first. I don't remember seeing this document previously, but the contract period is December 31 to 2023. So I'm wondering what the delay is in this document that we're signing off on today. It seems that this is something that should have probably been done a lot sooner, I think. I know that we haven't been listing any expenditures on our quarterly reports. Is that because we hadn't executed this document? So those are some of the things that I'm trying to understand.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So these activities, because this is a HUD-funded pass-through grant from the feds to the state to us, we're required to do environmental reviews on all the projects and the activities that happen in this contract. Irene Gutierrez, by the way, for the record, with Community Services, I apologize for that. So we are required to do an environmental review of all the activities that happen under this contract because it is a CDBG-funded project. And so there are separate categories for these environmental reviews. There's construction activities that we will be doing, which is repairs, rehabs, mobile home replacement projects that are considered a construction activity. And then there's administrative expenses within the contract, which are these items that are on this agenda item. And these are under a public services category under this grant contract. These they don't require the same level of environmental review as the other construction projects. And so these documents are being submitted for your approval and consideration so that we could get them to TDACA for their approval so that we can draw down these funds. And these funds are for expenses in our tool lending library and our technology center expenses. And so these are separate. We can draw down these funds for these activities while we wait for the construction activities and that environmental review to happen, which takes a little bit longer.
So I know that the construction activities, that's more of the money. I think total that's like $315,000 is the residential rehab. And then the not feasible for rehab, that's $210,000. So that's the majority. But even in our last quarterly report, I mean, we didn't expend any funds for the public service programs either. And I guess that's my question, is that we haven't been able to expend funds because we didn't have this document executed?
Because we haven't had, yes, ma'am, because this environmental review hadn't happened yet, and we haven't submitted this for TDACA's review.
But why
and
hadn't we done that? I guess that's my question, right? If the contract period started December 31st of 2023, why hadn't we done it yet? We're now in
Ma'am,
June.
we received the contract, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say we're in June 2025 now.
Correct. We received the executed contract from TDACA in September of 2024. Although it's retroactive to December 2023, there was a 9-month delay from them getting us the contract. They backdated it to December 2023, but we couldn't perform other than non-county expenditure activities like outreach, items that the county already pays our staff to do. We were able to do those things, but we couldn't perform on an actual activity under this contract because we didn't have an executed contract. Our auditor's office cannot set up expenditure accounts without that signed contract. We received it. It took us a month to get it vetted here before Commissioners Court and the county attorneys. The judge signed it within a 30-day period of us receiving the contract from TDACA, and we quickly sent it to TDACA. They took 9 months to get it back to us executed. Although the contract says they executed it within 30 days as well, we never got it back until September of last year. And until then, we could start doing some actionable activities, if you will, on this contract, which the first thing we had to do was hire a consultant to start doing the environmental review. Without that approved process, which the forms are here, part of that process is these forms. Without the clearance and without the environmental review, we cannot expend funds. We cannot draw down funds because they have to release those funds after the environmental review is completed. This activity, these forms that are submitted for this public service activity can be cleared before the bigger environmental review. We hadn't done that. In the past, we've never done that. During a recent technical assistance meeting that we had with TDACA, they actually suggested, why don't you separate this and submit these forms first so that you can at least draw down the public services administrative expenses while you wait for the larger construction environmental review to be approved, which is why we're doing that today. We hadn't done that in the past. We didn't know that we could separate it. We thought the entire environmental review had to be submitted together. And that's what we were doing, except we were advised by our TDACA partners that we could separate this and submit it so that we could start drawing down.
Irene, I'm sorry, Commissioner. So if we got the approval in September on the contract, that's when, of course, we have to run it through the process. That takes a little bit of time. But then we went to hire someone to do the environmental at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long does that take? I mean, how long did it take them to do this on the tools, and how long will the other part take?
So the other part's already in the end stage, and we're actually getting ready to put that, I think, on the 9th or the 16th to get it approved, but it has taken about 4 to 5 months for the consultant to finish the entire environmental review process.
Well, really, it's been longer than that. I mean, if we received the contract September of 2024, that's 10 months ago.
But in September of 2024, we received it from them. We had to route it through internally, correct? We had to route it internally?
And then we had to solicit and contract the consultant.
So how
That
long?
took a couple of months for us to do. Then the consultant got their scope of work, their notice to proceed to start. Then they started the review process, I would say around December of 2024. So it's been about 4 to 5 months that they've taken to complete this environmental review process.
And when will we be able to draw down those funds? Because those are funds that we're going to be able to draw down, right? All the work that the consultant has done?
After these forms get approved, their payment comes from this administrative process, this public services category. So we'll be able to draw down from that.
Okay. So during the next quarterly report, we'll start seeing drawdowns of these funds? Because the January to March one had zero money drawn down.
Correct. We can't draw down any funds until the environmental review process is approved and completed, and TDACA has reviewed and approved that process, and they release those funds. They call it we have to submit a request for release of funds from them. They approve it, and then we're able to draw down. So then hopefully by the next quarterly report, once TDACA releases the funds, you'll see some activity in this category, the public services, because this is what hopefully you will approve today, that we could submit that, and then we can start drawing down these funds, including staff time that we've already incurred and the county has paid for, the consultant fees. We can start purchasing the tools for the tool lending library. We can start purchasing all the equipment that we need for our technology center. Those are things that we can start doing after these forms get submitted and approved, and then we can draw down those funds.
And then you said we'll have the environmental for the construction portion within the next couple of weeks. So then we'll be able to start drawing down those funds as well?
Yes, ma'am. Once we get those releases of funds and we start incurring activities for those, we can start expensing and drawing down those funds.
Okay, great. Because in this particular grant, we've had unused funds that have had to be returned, or I don't know if returned, if we got them up front and we had to return them, or we just never drew them down, correct, for this grant in prior years?
In a previous contract, we received an original award of $700,000. We spent those funds, but we got an additional award of $500,000 that we couldn't spend down on. And so we never spent it, so we never got it, but it's considered, I guess, de-obligated, but it was an additional award that they gave us from leftover funds from other contracts.
Okay, so that's my worry. I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're not drawing funds and funds are being de-obligated. And it did concern me when I didn't see any funds had been expended in our last quarterly report. And I understand the delays in the contracts, and hopefully those delays are behind us now that the environmental is being completed. But I'd like to see the quarterly reports. Could we get those placed on the consent agenda so that we can keep every quarter, we see how much is being expended and drawn down, just so that we can keep on top of it?
Sure. Okay. We'll be able to submit those quarterly reports to the court on consent if you wish. I'll also include them in your weekly, one of your weekly highlights that Bessie submits. I'll include those quarterly reports so the court can see the progress.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Irene.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguin to approve. Is there a second?
Mine's frozen.
It's frozen.
Okay,
Yeah.
second.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Second by Judge Samaniego. Motion carries. Okay, before we go into executive session, there are a couple items that will be postponed and deleted. Item 15B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, receive legal advice and consultation regarding the Pelicano Drive widening project. County Attorney's file number 017823AA, along with its regular session corresponding item 16A, discuss and take appropriate action in the pending matter and receive legal advice and consultation regarding the Pelicano Drive widening project. County Attorney's file number 017823AA. Can we have a motion to postpone these two items for 1 week?
We're not voting in executive session, so.
And that's to postpone, right? Not to delete?
Yeah, just to postpone for 1 week, 15B and 16A. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Olguin. Is there a second? Commissioner Stout, thank you. The voting is open.
You said that's 15B and 16A?
Yes, correct. 15B and 16A.
Okay, the Pelicano stuff, okay.
Commissioner Stout, your vote?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. And item 15C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.0725, discuss legal rights and responsibilities pertaining to RFP 25002, fixed route ADA paratransit and dial-a-ride transit services, and contract negotiations pertaining to a Sun Metro interlocal proposal for fixed route services. Can we have a motion to delete this item? Motion to delete by Commissioner Olguin, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Olguin?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 15A and D, as well as 17A and 17B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.0725, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 2:25 p.m.
Do you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes. All right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know. Show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What? Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love this. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights, beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like to
They're right
make
here.
noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. That's, you crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this. When we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those go bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say.
The park was completed in 1940. Featured a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it, but Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world, if you think about it.
Have some fun.
Leonardo is an outdoor enthusiast, and the hiking bike trail that's right at the entrance to Escalante Park is his new favorite spot.
We'll just bike along this trail, sometimes go along the park.
The Playa Drain Trail is a unique trail stretching almost 7 picturesque miles from Escalante Park all the way to Campestrano Park in the Lower Valley.
It's part of this linear park program that the county and the city and the Paso Norte Health Foundation have been working on.
Commissioner David Stout says the trail is only a small part of a much bigger project, a 75-mile countywide trail to be exact.
The idea is to build a linear park or hike and bike trail that spans basically from the border with Doña Ana County in New Mexico to the border with Hudspeth County on the eastern side of El Paso County.
The Paso del Norte Trail, which broke ground in 2018, aimed at developing a county-wide trail, is now promoting healthy living for community members.
When it's like not so sunny, we'll come here to like just go on the bikes.
While the project isn't complete, the trails that are open are methodically being connected. Pieces of tranquil trails connecting neighborhoods throughout county, something Stout says is very important for the community.
You know, the more opportunities that people have, I think the healthier our community is going to be.
Leonardo agrees. The winding trails not only stitching the county together, but bringing his family closer as well.
Because it makes a stronger bond rather than just being there at home.
Joining us now is Tim Fulton, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tim, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, and Tim, we kind of talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and that was, you know, our viewers, our audience are very invested in Ascarate. They were asking about the lake, when we're cleaning that, but most importantly, they were talking about golf courses here. Talk a little bit about the maintenance of it.
Sure. Well, it's a lot of maintenance. As everyone knows, I mean, it takes a lot of water to keep a golf course green, and that's our expectation. But recently we hired a new golf course superintendent, Brad Weiss, and Brad's come in with tons of experience. I mean, lots and lots of years of experience. And one of the things Brad is doing, he's really trying to get our greens up to primo condition. We also are looking at our fairways. We've required some different maintenance. Our fairways had lots of weeds, so we want to address that. The other thing we're looking at, how do we manage our water? So some of the things we're doing is we're applying product to our fairways, our greens, which will help the soil absorb that water and hold it in better, so that we hopefully are going to reduce the amount of water we're using on our courses and cut our costs down more. And at the same time, improve that maintenance.
Certainly a lot to manage a golf course in the middle of the desert. Also a lot to manage. You guys have had a great response, it seems like, from your youth leagues and playing kids playing sports here at Ascarate Park, but in turn, also a lot of wear and tear on some of those youth league fields.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see because over and over we hear how much time our kids spend in front of our screens. But let me tell you, the kiddos out at our sports park, they're out there interacting with each other, they're learning baseball, and I mean, that's from ages 4 and under all the way up to our 12, almost 13-year-olds. And the growth is tremendous. Last year for our summer league, which is usually our shorter league, we were at 150. I think we're going to hit 250 teams. That's not players, teams. So we're busting at the seams at the sports park. We're trying to accommodate this growth. And it's a big challenge. The other thing we're doing, we got kudos about how well we maintain our sports park, but they want to see our fields here in Ascarate at that same level. So Ben Valles, who's our maintenance manager, his team and him are working to improve our diamond fields, and I think if you take a drive around, you see they're looking better and better this season. Also, our focus this year is going to be on our flat fields. We've got soccer programs. We've got an incredibly large youth tackle and touch football program that a private organization runs here in the park. And any given Saturday morning, the park is just hopping with lots of activity.
Do you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes, all right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know, show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Wait, who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What, Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love it. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights. Beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like
They're
to
right
make
here.
noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. That's, you crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this. When we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those GO bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say.
The park was completed in 1940. Featuring a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it. But Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world, if you think about it.
Have some fun.
Leonardo is an outdoor enthusiast, and the hiking bike trail that's right at the entrance to Escalante Park is his new favorite spot.
We'll just bike along this trail, sometimes go along the park.
The Playa Drain Trail is a unique trail stretching almost 7 picturesque miles from Escalante Park all the way to Campestrano Park in the Lower Valley.
It's part of this linear park program that the county and the city and the Paso Norte Health Foundation have been working on.
Commissioner David Stout says the trail is only a small part of a much bigger project, a 75-mile countywide trail to be exact.
The idea is to build a linear park or hike and bike trail that spans basically from the border with Doñana County in New Mexico to the border with Hudspeth County on the eastern side of El Paso County.
The Paso del Norte Trail, which broke ground in 2018, aimed at developing a county-wide trail, is now promoting healthy living for community members.
When it's like not so sunny, we'll come here to like just go on the bikes.
While the project isn't complete, the trails that are open are methodically being connected. Pieces of tranquil trails connecting neighborhoods throughout county, something Stout says is very important for the community.
You know, the more opportunities that people have, I think the healthier our community is going to be.
Leonardo agrees. The winding trails not only stitching the county together, but bringing his family closer as well.
Because it makes a stronger bond rather than just being there at home.
Joining us now is Tim Fulton, the Director of Parks and Recreation. Tim, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, and Tim, we kind of talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show, and that was, you know, our viewers, our audience are very invested in Ascarate. They were asking about the lake, when we're cleaning that, but most importantly, they were talking about golf courses here. Talk a little bit about the maintenance of it.
Sure. Well, it's a lot of maintenance. As everyone knows, I mean, it takes a lot of water to keep a golf course green, and that's our expectation. But recently we hired a new golf course superintendent, Brad Weiss, and Brad's come in with tons of experience. I mean, lots and lots of years of experience. And one of the things Brad is doing, he's really trying to get our greens up to primo condition. We also are looking at our fairways. We've required some different maintenance. Our fairways had lots of weeds, so we want to address that. The other thing we're looking at, how do we manage our water? So some of the things we're doing is we're applying product to our fairways, our greens, which will help the soil absorb that water and hold it in better, so that we hopefully are going to reduce the amount of water we're using on our courses and cut our costs down more. And at the same time, improve that maintenance.
Certainly a lot to manage a golf course in the middle of the desert. Also a lot to manage. You guys have had a great response, it seems like, from your youth leagues and playing kids playing sports here at Ascarate Park, but in turn, also a lot of wear and tear on some of those youth league fields.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see because over and over we hear how much time our kids spend in front of our screens. But let me tell you, the kiddos out at our sports park, they're out there interacting with each other, they're learning baseball, and I mean that's from ages 4 and under all the way up to our 12, almost 13-year-olds. And the growth is tremendous. Last year for our summer league, which is usually our shorter league, we were at 150. I think we're going to hit 250 teams. That's not players, teams. So we're busting at the seams at the sports park. We're trying to accommodate this growth. And it's a big challenge. The other thing we're doing, we got kudos about how well we maintain our sports park, but they want to see our fields here in Ascarate at that same level. So Ben Valles, who's our maintenance manager, his team and him are working to improve our diamond fields, and I think if you take a drive around, you see they're looking better and better this season. Also, our focus this year is going to be on our flat fields. We've got soccer programs. We've got an incredibly large youth tackle and touch football program that a private organization runs here in the park. And any given Saturday morning, the park is just hopping with lots of activity.
Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with WeWin Technology Corporation, contract number 2025-0460.
Good afternoon,
Welcome,
Judge.
Roberto.
Commissioners. Roberto Ransom, Director, El Paso County Economic Development Department, for the record. Very happy to be here. Today I present a critical step as we solidify our partnership with WeWin Technology Group. This marks a significant milestone in the series of collaborative efforts of the county working with different entities, demonstrating that El Paso County offers a competitive and inclusive business climate that supports investment and attracts foreign direct investment to our region. I'd like to recognize the collaborative efforts of those who have worked with the county and develop a competitive incentive package. I'd like to start with Mr. John Varela. Thank you so much, Mr. Varela and Mr. Marcos Delgado. Since they have been our allies, they referred this project to the county, and they have been very engaged in every step of the process. So thank you so much. Appreciate all the help. And to our legal department for laying the foundation for this project through their guidance. We were able to receive this project in about 4 months, after receiving the request of an expedited timeline from the company. So I'd like to recognize all of the legal team, Mr. Christopher Hernandez for being the main reviewer. Anna, Erica, thank you so much for the guidance and for all the guidance, the legal guidance and the overview that you provided. And to, of course, the Ms. Betsy Keller, thank you so much for always guiding and providing direction to the department, and to Mr. Jose Landeros. I'd like to recognize as well the economic development team, especially to Ms. Sonia Zigala for all the tireless efforts, for all the hours working during the weekend, and working very close with the gentleman from WinWin and with our legal to make this happen. To Mr. Martinez for tackling not only this project, but also other projects like the policy and other critical projects. Thank you, Christian. And to the City of Socorro Economic Development Team, we're also grateful for their partnership and leadership in welcoming this transformative investment into their community, into the county. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Joseph Tsu, General Manager of WinWin, and Mr. Justin Lee, who have been a pleasure to work with. Thank you so much. I feel very honored to know that WeWin Technology Group recognizes that El Paso is well poised for long-term investment and sustained growth. Their advanced computing and data center infrastructure products are manufactured to support global cloud service providers, and a portion of their products are shipped using the Tornillo port of entry, reinforcing the strategic value of this binational trade corridor. With that said, Judge, I'd like to pass it to Mr. Varela for a couple of words, in making this lead possible.
Welcome, John.
Judge, thank you. Commissioners, Roberto, thank you for that kind introduction. John Varela, CEO of the Borderplex Alliance, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you again. Another day, another announcement, another several hundred jobs being added to our local workforce. And I too want to echo Roberto's comments about how gratifying this project has been. And I too want to thank Roberto, his team, Betsy, tremendous county manager, and your team. Thank you so much. Roberto, you and your team have been wonderful to work with. Of course, our esteemed friends and our now new residents of El Paso County, our friends from WeWin, thank you so much for your trust and faith in our process and in our community. Of course, it goes without saying, Marcos Delgado, our Executive Vice President for Business Development in the Borderplex Alliance, does a great job day in and day out to recruit these types of jobs here. And they're fantastic jobs, more to come on that. But I just want to tell you how grateful I am to each and every one of you for continuing to support these projects. that create jobs and economic opportunity for the residents of our wonderful county. That being said, I want to thank you, Judge, very, very much. It was just 2 short months ago that Marcos and I and the judge took a trip to Taiwan, to Taipei, and we met with Emily Hong, who is the chairperson and her staff in Taipei, about this project. And through the efforts of the judge and the time that he took to join us on that recruiting mission, brought home this project. And I don't think I overstate that fact at all. The fact that he was there representing the county, representing all of us in this community, did a great deal to help close this deal. And we were extremely gratified by the judge joining us. And it certainly expedited the closing of this project. And I know it meant a lot to our executives at WeWin that he would take the time to do that on our behalf. So, Judge, thank you for the time and effort that you made to make sure that this deal got closed. Thank you. And that needs to be recognized, certainly by us and by all of us who value these types of jobs coming here. It was a tremendous, tremendous effort by you and the county. So thank you on behalf of all the residents for doing that.
John.
Commissioner Holguin, you've also been a shepherd of this project. Thank you. Early on and throughout the project, you have worked with the mayor of Socorro, introduced us. Certainly our staff has been working closely with you and the staff of the city of Socorro, and they've been wonderful allies as well. They've moved very quickly, and your efforts to help shepherd that out on a local level does not go unnoticed by us, nor should it go unnoticed by the voters of this county. So thank you so much for that help and assistance. It was invaluable. And as always, Commissioner Stout, thank you for your continued support in all of these projects. It's a great reflection of the unanimity of team and the unanimity of purpose that we all have in trying to create these wonderful opportunities. So with that, I want to say thank you again for your kind consideration. Thank you again for the alliance, but most of all, thank you to our friends from WeWin for your trust. We value the friendship, and hopefully more to come in the years ahead. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you again for allowing me to say a few words today.
John, thank you very much. And to our distinguished guest, we are so happy to have you here. When I was there, one of the things that we talked about that was very obvious was how aligned we are as a culture. The dedication, the work ethics, it just seemed like such a natural relationship, and just the way we were treated, the hospitality was impeccable. And so we want to thank you. Your CEO, just an amazing individual, and thank you. And we've always said that it's not just a matter of bringing you here, but what can we do to help you be successful? So we thank you. You're very important to us, and we're very excited about the relationship that we now have. And I can't tell you, it sends a strong message about El Paso. You considering us here validates the importance that we have as a community. The manufacturing and the logistics coming together, it's just going to be very powerful, and we wish you the best in our community. And like I said, whatever we could do to make sure that you have continued success. And of course, we've thanked all the teams. Sonia, thank you so much. Everyone that had come together, our legal team. This was a collaboration. Very excited about what Borderplex and John and Marcos brought to the table. And when they reach out to us, we know it's important. We know it's going to be exciting, and we're always ready to support John and his team to make sure we get to this point right now. So thank you. You're a very distinguished guest for us here in our community, and we want to continue that relationship. Thank
Judge
you.
and Commissioners, if I may, Mr. Xu would like to share
Absolutely.
some words as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, and welcome again.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioner, and officials and the staff, and also our friends from Borderplex Alliance. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation. I understand this is a very short time of 4 months, and we thank the support of all the friends that help us to come to this point. And also, I would like to thank Judge for your personal, let's say, efforts to visit Taipei, to our headquarters. And obviously, that is a very, I would say, a very powerful push for us to make this decision. Personally, I've been in this, in El Paso, as early as last century. So, yeah, so, my second daughter was born in El Paso. El Paso is like a family here. And, having, our investment in El Paso, that is just something that I feel very, very excited. We are very proud to be the citizen here, and we definitely will be, doing our best to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll respectfully like to ask the court to approve and authorize the Chapter 381 agreement with WeWin Technology Corporation for your consideration.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Yay.
Thank you. Can you join us or take a picture?
Okay,
sure.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 15A and 17A and B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 3:28 p.m.
you like this little park right here at Escarate Park? Yes. All right. And I understand we're going to meet your mom. Is that right? And she's kind of important in the county. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So she brings you out here a lot?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not nearly enough, Mom. Well, we'll talk to her about that. Now, if you haven't been out to Escarate Park in a while, well, I know. Show me around. If you haven't, there's an all-inclusive park right here for kids. That means that kids of every ability, every taste can come and have a fantastic time. I think the best part about this little park right here is, of course, all the equipment is brand new, and it has swings, it has things to climb on, it has anything that makes noise. We're going there next, and I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that is right there, but it's a lot of fun. I've seen that they've also changed Escarate Park a lot because they've added baseball fields. Do you guys play baseball?
Yes.
Who plays baseball?
I do.
Diego does? What? Lucas, you do too?
Yeah.
All right, I love it. It's my favorite sport in the world. My kids, when they were your age, used to play that too. Now, joining me now is the mom of those two adorable kids that you just saw, Desiree Gonzalez. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Wow, it's so beautiful out here.
It is.
Does this get packed during the weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, especially right now that it's getting warmer and the nights. Beautiful park out here.
It is so, and the improvements are just beginning.
Yes.
I understand we're going to see some pickleball courts.
Yes.
Okay, where are your sons? Because I like to
They're
make
right here.
noise. Okay, you want to grab one here? Come on, Lucas, grab one. Don't be shy ever in life. Oh, you want mine? Okay, go ahead. Are we ready?
I want yours too.
Well, you can't have them both. You can't have them both. You crazy kids today thinking that you get them all. Okay, don't go anywhere. You stay with KTSM 9 News.
Thank you for tuning in to KTSM 9 News at 6 Small Town Spotlight. I'm Andy Morgan.
And I'm Monica Cortez. So we are coming to you live from the clubhouse here in Escarate Park. That is really close to that. Looking at the golf course this entire time, Andy, it looks really pretty, but I will tell you this, when we came out here to record some of the stories, some of the complaints, if you will, from some of the patrons here were, hey, I want to see renovations coming into this part of the area.
And of course, that was something that voters passed and approved in terms of some of those go bonds that you saw on the ballot in November. Some upgrades are coming here to Escarate Park. We're going to cover some of that, but a lot to do here at Escarate Park, that's for sure.
Yes.
Whether you're on the lake, you're boating, you're fishing, whether you're here at the golf course, whether you're playing pickleball. I know you got to experience that for the first time, which is exciting, as well as the Family Aquatic Center is always a favorite.
Absolutely. So I got a chance to speak with county officials about the renovations and some of the amenities here at the park. Take a look at what they had to say.
The park was completed in 1940. Featured a 48-acre lake with a lakeside boardwalk, picnic areas, a golf course, and playgrounds. And nearly a century later, while some features and attractions have changed, the park's original design and intent hasn't.
Beginning in the mid-1850s, all of the United States larger cities were designing what they called passive parks. It was places where you could go, you could walk, you could possibly ride a horse, you could play sports. The intent was multiple use, and obviously that's what you see here now.
Back in 2021, El Paso County adopted a master plan for its parks, asking the community to share their views on what the parks needed, providing a blueprint for work to begin.
Looking at amenities that we will add in the future, new and improved picnic areas, the walking areas, planting more trees. I think we've planted, just in the past 2 years, we've planted about 150 trees.
Over the years, attractions have come and gone. Racetracks and drag boats, raves and fishing tournaments, and of course, the childhood icon many El Pasoans still associate with the sprawling park, along with the age-old question, what would you do to go to Western Playland? The amusement park's former footprint has been upgraded, making way for more and different attractions.
We are going to be redoing the area right over here where Western Playland used to be. We're creating a festival area. We're going to be putting in underground electric so that we can bring in different shows and different programming.
As for the lake, the upkeep and maintenance is just the start. Previously, county officials mentioned they would have to drain the lake to clean it, but Commissioner David Stout says they may have found a better option.
There's a clay liner at the bottom of the lake, but we've found out through analysis that the liner is in good shape, it's intact. We're looking at possibly doing now is just dredging the lake and cleaning some of the gunk out of there. I don't think we're going to need to drain the lake.
In the end, what makes this park and the lake such an important piece of the Sun City's tapestry isn't necessarily the amenities, but rather the location.
You have the Franklin Mountains, you have the Juarez Mountains, you can look and you just see what a great place we are. I mean, it's the coming together of 2 countries, 3 states, and it's right here. And that's pretty unique in the world, if you think about it.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. It is 3:42 p.m. and we've completed all the items on the agenda, Judge.
Yes.
That was all the items, yes.
Wait,
Okay.
we can go?
No, we don't want to.
Get out!
She like repeated it like 3 times. She's like, why aren't y'all moving?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're paralyzed.
Okay,
You know what it is to be 3 instead of 5? Just kidding.
This
Thank you,
concludes
everybody. Thank
today's
you.
meeting.
Great, a lot of great things today. For production team, Miguel and Alexis, thank you. And I keep saying, I'm so glad to have Alexis back. It just feels good to have you, Alexis. Thank you. Legal team, thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, this concludes today's meeting at 3:43 p.m.